And yeah, we started. Damn, boring as hell, bro. Um, yeah, I finally like that. Damn, nothing's happening. Nobody's here. Who would have thought? I guess I'm just going to do random shit. Like that. I'm going to do random shit and I'm gonna wait for a bit. Yeah, there it is. I don't get copyright strike. I don't want to get copyright. Yeah, I like my life. I like my videos, bro. Yeah, it's kind of boring. I know. Ooh. Ah. Bon, bah, au moins ça c'est réglé, hein. On pose le ferromosa. Non, non. Ouais, il place le psy strike. J'imagine pour lui poser le gros truc. Pose le Arceus. Ok. Un peu sus. Imagine il est extrême killer. Juste imagine. Ce serait tellement drôle. J'ai vraiment le seum. Il va faire une attaque spectre. Dragon, j'en sais rien. Pokémon plus tanky sur le spécial. Paf 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 pif paf pouf. On pose les pièges de rock. Yeah. Putain. Mais bordel, t'as même pas mis toxique. Mais qui vous pensez, il a même pas posé. Oh, il y a quelqu'un. There's someone. Hi. I'm anyway. Finally, goddamn. This is going to be so annoying. I just feel it. Just die. I'm so angry. I swear if I missed that one. I hate my life. And that sucks. Just playing random games here. Oh my god. Just die! J'ai pas la force de parler. Oh, putain de merde! Non, bien sûr, maintenant je fais des mises en place. Putain. Il va se manger le gros triple là. J'ai envie d'écrire fuck you dans le chat, mais vas-y, j'ai pas envie de me faire venir. Il a raté. Bro missed. That's what you get. Why do you still use protect? Like you're gonna die. Oh my god. Man, I will not let you put a subtitle, bro. Subtitle. You know, whatever. That's it, bro. You're dead. Is there even anybody? Oh yeah, there are two people. Hi to the two people, bro. I'm just throwing twos. Okay, fire type attack. I know. I guess no fire type attack. Earthquake. Didn't work. Who would have thought? It's neutral. It's neutral. Whatever, I guess. We destroy Scarf. Damn it. Please, thank you. Okay. And now I won. Yay. GG, man. Even though you fucking pissed off with your fucking duality number. Yeah, bro, GG. Fuck you, though. Anyway. Hi. Hi to everyone. It's fucking 1 a.m. again. And I live in France. So that's why it's the French time. What hour is it in your country, guys? I'm wondering. Anyway, what are we going to play here? To change teams a bit. Does anyone play this game? Or into chat? Just wondering because you know I'm bored. That's why I started this fucking live. Yo. And yes, there is not any music because I don't want to get copyrighted by Nintendo because you know I like my videos. So yeah. If you want, I can like kind of sing it. Bum, 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 bum. It's not that bad, right? I really didn't fucking defensive sets. That's what I thought. Wait, is O like more defensive special? Or? Oh yeah, like that. Plus de défense spéciale. Donc ouais, je vais faire le psy strike here. Puisque ça tape sur le physique. Damn. Rapace. Breaker. Damn. That's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Probably going to use a ghost dive attack. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Like, really annoying. Like, really, really annoying. Like, really, really, really annoying. Crazy, there's two people just watching me playing a game that you probably don't know. Lol. Just doing direct pulse, bruh. Just fucking blast. That's for him to just withdraw his fucking Arceus there. He's gonna give it to you for his Arceus. Oblivion wave, bitch. I'm just going to do that real quick. Probably going to switch. I'm going to use defog. Defog. I'm going to use that. I don't speak very loud because you know it's 1 a.m. So yeah, I don't want to speak very, 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 very loud. Yeah. So yeah. Hope you're seeing enjoying the stream though. To people that are here, I guess. And you fucking recover, bro. Fucking man. Bro, yes. PDF. Poof. I'm just going to use a word dance here. I'm just going to lose myself because probably going to switch. Or he probably just doesn't touch me or something. I don't know, bro. I don't know what he's playing. But it's defensive set. Damn, wait, it's fucking stall. Man, fuck this guy. Why am I fighting him? That's not even fair. I'm one. Like, I have 1,040, 60, 16 of arrow. He's fucking 1,800. 1,800, bro. That's not fair. That's bullshit, bro. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? Like, bro, it's a level difference. It's crazy. Like, why am I fighting this guy? Why? I'm at like 2B, so I have to do some points. Like, what the hell, bro? Fucking Rayquaza. We know, from here. Because the thing is, there's no special defense. Yeah, still 2 people here. Bum, 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 bum. I think I won the game here. I definitely won. Yeah, I think I won here. Poof, poof, poof. Damn it. Didn't win as planned. How did it? Oh, look, it's fucking Giratina again. Oh, wait. Oh. Let's just do it again. I did some damage. He's probably going to switch. I fucking knew it. I'm very smart. Yeah, I can kill him some more. He's supposedly like 10 times stronger than me. I don't know. Fucking huge dark holes here. Boom. Damn it. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. fucking toxic spikes. Man, fuck you. He's a fire type defender. Well, she looked like fucking dumb. Man, you look really dumb. Like, really, really dumb. Oh, yes, fuck. I feel really stupid right now. Chance, oh my god. Oh, of course, fucking sense Chauncey, bro. Like, yeah, no shit. Okay, so I'm going to use fucking close combat. Of course. Yeah, it's going into this fucking unit. Just gonna fucking thunder here. Poof. Surprise. Nice, bro. Fucking unit. Oh man, that was dumb. My bad, bro. That was stupid. That's on me. Well, GG, bro, because I know I fucking lose. I can't pass the dumbest Chauncey, bro. Well, yeah, I can't last year. You know what? I gave him my full set, bro. Yeah. Damn it. Like, that's not even fair, bro. Like, what the hell? Man, fuck this game. Yeah, oh no, there's only one person now. Well, thank you for staying here, I guess. I started 16 minutes ago. You know what? I'm going to watch some YouTube videos. Purely when you make your reaction video. Oh, not in a live. Yeah, we'll just be doing random shit as if they were in a live cut series actually, so I say things. But yeah, that's my homepage, bro. Yes, that's the kind of shit I watch. Yes, you can judge. I allow you to judge. After all, I'm very sure you judge. What's going on here? It's been 10 minutes. Hmm. Bro, what should I watch? Yeah, second person here. Lol. Really funny with a. I'm not trying. I won't butcher that name. I won't. Hmm. Ba-ba-da-ba. Bro, I feel exposed right now. Yeah, I'm searching myself. You can judge. Damn, what should I watch? Let's watch my whole life, bruh. Damn, no, I'm just going to play some more games. Let's play some openfront.io, you know what? Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Nah. Wait, no. I forget to put the instant. Yeah, now you have to put the instant instruction thing. Man, fuck this. Well, gonna grow, I guess. Gotta grow fast. It's a Sonic reference, cause gotta go fast, gotta grow fast. Okay, it was a bad joke, my bad. I know I have shitty humor. Man, fuck Florida. They're trying to cut me off from the sea, from the Caribbean. It's my fucking sea, bro. I love expanding. Okay, am I the biggest? Tantra doesn't count. Yes, I'm the biggest. Good. I'm happy. Me big, me happy. Lol. Wait, no. That sounds wrong. Please, nobody. Don't take that out of context. I'm talking about the game, guys. If somebody take that out of context, I will find him. I know where you all live, guys. I know where all of my subscribers live. I have your IP address. Don't ask how. I just have it. Don't ask how or when. Bro, why is Cuba so fucking big? What the hell? That's not fucking Cuba. That's. Wait, I don't have any jokes. Damn it. I don't have any jokes. And that makes me angry. It's fine, I don't have jokes. Really makes me angry. Oof. Just conquering things over here. Don't mind me. Just conquering the Caribbean over here. Doing random normal stuff, bro. Get out. Bam, bam, bam. Just trying to conquer the world. I can make a city. Man, that's my territory. Get the fuck out. Technically it's Mexico's, but I decided that all of those things that are here, yeah, that's mine. Except for Colombia. Because they're cool. I got like Grand Colombia and Simon Bolivar. So, yeah, they're cool. So I'm allowing them to live, bro. Also make a port. See, I have to stall it. I have to steal it. I mean, I have to reuse the infrastructure in my advantage. Yeah, totally not. That's not selling, bro. I'm just using what was built already by other people to my advantage. It's totally different. Man, I don't care that you don't like me, Cuba. Fuck you, Cuba. I'm in Mexico, why are you attacking me? I literally saved your ass from Cuba. Like, bruh, I never thought I would ever say that in my life, but here we are. Anyway, oh my god. Nothing's happening. Poof. Man, those guys are cooked. Sorry, French Kingdom, but you gotta go. You're gonna die. This guy too. This guy too. Yeah, every one of my neighbors have to die. I gotta be strong. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, gotta. Just going to count a little bit of money just to be able to build a fucking nuclear missile. Oh yeah, you're dead too. And yeah, Canada, you're dead too. And I'm going to build a port here. Poof. Toronto is mine. I'm nearly controlling all the West. Cuba is still alive. I have to stole their city. Now it's mine. I mean, no, I'm not stalling it, I'm reusing the infrastructure. Oh shit, I invaded. Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. My bad. No, my bad. It was a mistake, bro. Trust me. I didn't meant to do that. My bad, Colombia, don't attack me. Bro, if Colombia hate me, I'm cooked. Just invading my neighbors and all. Basically being the US, or Germany, or Russia, or any country in any period. And then I realized, yeah, that's just every fucking country in any period, bro. Like, that's normal stuff. It's normal, bro. Avalanche because defense is really good. Although I have to be ready for a war against Mexico, because of course, bro. Like, they're my number one threat. Like, local visas, I've got to control everything here, and then beat their ass here, and then beat their ass of everyone. Oh, well, I mean, their trade relations are good. I like money. What do you think if I started the US? Bro. Okay, that was a bad joke. My bad. But like, I had to make it. Because US is very capitalist and all, you don't get it. That's right, I say I like money. I'm not even funny, bro. Like, are there even people here? Damn. Well, good night. To Zigo. Good night, bro. I mean, I'm not a gooner, but oh, I didn't even say hello to a freaking union. He probably left. Damn, my bad. Anyway, fucking huge. Yeah, because I'm French, I have to conquer all of Quebec. Because I'm French, so I have to conquer the French. You know, makes sense. Makes sense to me. Well, I would like to make a really racist joke. I won't. I won't. Although it is very tempting, not gonna lie. Wait, bro, why is Serbia here? Damn, I didn't even check what was going on. Bro, what the fuck is this? Swedish Empire is back, chat. Everyone has nukes here. And, oh damn, someone. Oh fuck, Canada, they have nukes. Oh shit, that's not good. I might build a not Canada. You're good. Boo. More cities equals more population. Population equals more gold. More gold equals more cities. All of it just makes sense, bro. Just logic. Aussies, do I betray them? Yes. I don't give a damn, bro. Zero weekend. So I have to. No, fuck. Mexico took their thing. No. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, yeah, that's really bad. Wait, how the fuck did they increase their population? That's what I thought. Damn, that's easy now. Like, it's taking seconds. I go like, poof, meow, just going in. So that's mine. The city is mine. Increase my population. Yeah, that new city you're building, it's mine now. And yeah, that city and that nuke, it will be mine soon. Just inviting those guys real quick. And quick, I have to be first here. Please be quick. Cut them off. Be quick, quicker, faster, faster, faster. Damn it. Yes. I got them. Oh wait, no, they got that city. Damn. Thankfully, I'm allied with Mexico right now. Because I would be cooked. So anyway, I will just build things with some new gold right there. In like cities. And that too. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh yeah, you're dead. Damn, some more population in fucking Mexico. I could attack Colombia. Seems like a good idea. Because they're weaker than me right now. Who's that here? Is that Brazil? It's Venezuela. Damn, Brazil is here. Damn. Guys, should I invade Brazil and Venezuela or not? Well, yeah. Take your XP with the game. Take it, bro. Free XP, I guess. Colombia is dead, chat. We won. I want to invade Greenland, bro. Look at that, bro. I can't let them be that strong. They're going to kick my ass after that. Yeah, and I'm allied with France because I'm French, so they're going to accept. Argentina, ally. Brazil, ally. Venezuela, ally. Madagascar, Chad, Niger, India, Poland. Damn, someone subbed. Someone subbed. Who subbed? Bro, this fucking got a message. Oh man. I know someone subbed, but well, thank you for subscribing. It's not one. It's a free one, but thank you. We damn I war with Colombia. And with Greenland. Damn I'm at war with the world. Although I have good alliances. I have allied with France. Yay. France nuke. Oh shit. The Sri Lankan nuke. Oh, that's bad. Oh wait, no, I have the Lasam launcher. Hello. Shit, come on. Greenland. See if it's a fucking hydrogen bomb. I'm refusing. You bro, fucking accept your fucking alliance, you dumbass. Why are you attacking me? What did I do? What did I do to you? Huh? Like, bro! Man, why are you evil? I need that. I need that thing. Thank you. Build it. Like, how dare you, bro? You fucking broke my alliance. Fuck you. No, no, no. You're the one who broke the fucking treaty. You dumb shit. You're dead. You're dead. Action, you're dead. See, you got the reference. You got the reference, bro. That's all I'm saying. Oh my god. Why is it fucking 3 million? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Wait, I can just nuke them. They can do that too. Wait, I forget I could do that. Am I stupid? You forgot such a thing. I can build a dumbass thing. No, who's attacking my ally of friends? I got the ally with Niger because they're so big. Wait, no, don't take it out of the context, please. Damn, China, ally with China. Come on, die, Wing, die. Just die, Wing. Damn, Mexico is actually a threat. Oh wait, I forgot I'm at war with Colombia. I am at war with so many people. I forgot. Just taking that. Just fucking taking that. Just fucking take it. What? Oh my god, I want to take the fucking silent nuclear. Thank you. God damn it. Fucking Colombia. Okay, now I've got to chase in the north. How did the German not end of the fucking two-front war, bro? I'm at war with, like, South America and fucking Greenland. Like, do you see how fucking stretched out the forces have to be? Maybe the transfer sucked, bro. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm alright, Mr. Crab Mapping. I'm alright. Just 1 a.m. It almost 2. It's 1 a.m. 58, so like basically 2 a.m. Oh my god. You know what? Let's do a truce, bro. Let's do a fucking truce. Because like it's just going to get this way exactly, bro. Like, are you dumb or what? Just putting some saves, bro. Don't mind it. Some porks here. Oh, why Niger don't want to become my ally, bro? Come on. Oh my god, there's still that more? Like, bro, let's do a truce, bro. Damn, fuck you, Greenland. But what the hell? I'm scared of Mexico, guys. Maybe I should have dealt with them like before, like they're kinda scary. Oh fuck, that's Mexico. Oh my god, Mexico isn't here. Oh my god, I've got to conquer everything here. I can't let them. I fucking can't let them. I can't let them. Oh, no, bro. Bitch, you're not even close to Rome. Why are you Roman? What is Sparta? And I'm starting to forget things. And Rosanna, thank you. Oof. Just fucking invading everyone. Every fucking weak neighbor is here dead. We're not going to take that fucking major city, man. And I'm not too late. Too late. Too late, bro. Too late. You should have accepted before, you dumbass. Too late for that. Just building cities, bro. No, fuck you, Greenland. It's too late. Oh, come on. Guys, should I attack Mexico or not? See, hi, King Parrot. Is it still later in Australia? Is it still late in Australia or is it good now? What? I didn't check on Australia, so because I saw King Parrot. Damn. For some reason, this doesn't surprise me at all. Come on, like, just answer my alliance in Niger. I was going to say something. Taking him black. Not taking him. I'm like, I'm mixed. But like, but anyway, you know what? Never mind. Fuck this. Yes. Is it okay to say the N word when you're mixed race or not? That's a genuine question, by the way. Oh, wait, did it fucking portray me? Because like, it's fucking comments are so dead. Oh, I'm so going to prepare for an invasion of those motherfuckers. I want to start with a fucking hydrogen bomb just to see fucking reaction. Poof. Fucking more population for more army. Oh my god, bro, why are you still alive? Ah. Oh shit, they nuke their own people. Will they even dare to do that? Because technically that's their people right there. I didn't put anything yet. Unless he's directed at me. Sun launcher. Fucking sun launcher. Got scared for a little bit. No! They killed France! Oh wait, no, it's not here. Yeah, it's not your job. France will never give up. What the fuck? Damn, that's a big bullet. Anyway, I'm finally striking Mexico, Chad. Hydrogen bomb. Yes, they weren't ready for that one, were they? Fucking drop a nitrogen bomb on them. Like, no mercy. I think we can easily say that I won. Can we agree? Do we agree? I think we do. Why can't I fucking invade them? Just invade them, I work right there. And some yes. And yeah, I conquer everything, man. All of Mexico is now mine. Oh no, but like now you have California. Damn it, we have the Californians now. Well, shit. Guess everything is a bad thing. Makes sense, you know. Can only have good things. I mean, California is great. It's a Californians. Well, Venezuela, I'm sorry, but you're dead. Why? Because I decided that you were, so you're dead. Yeah, you're useless, so you're dead. Bro, where is that new tone? All of this for just it to not work. Lol. Imagine doing that. And you're dead. Yeah, you're dead. Who's that? Damn, was there a whole country a nuke factory or what? Well, sorry Brazil, but oh wait, you're not even my ally. Well, you're dead. You're dead, bro. That's over. It's over. Like, it's over, bro. Like, why are you even here? Not sure I accept the alliance of Iceland. Yes. Pinhole was still alive over here. Well, no, they're not. You gotta be fucking kidding me, 7 nukes. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Yeah. Damn. This stream started a while ago. I'm still here. There isn't even anybody here. Just playing. It's a game that's running, bro. Wait. Bro, how is that even possible, bro? Yes, start launcher. Could put another one and another one here. Yes, I accept it. My strategy of putting sun launcher everywhere and then brings the population is so fucking smart because this way the population can be nuked. I'm so smart. Oh my god. Yes. Damn. Poland is ruling the world. And it is only 50% of the fucking world, bro. What the fuck? sorry Argentina, but bro, I gotta counter fucking Poland. Like they're too big, they're too powerful. Like what the hell is this? 2 million. Damn. Also, where is Iceland? Because they kept invading me. Damn, those fuckers. They took my fucking nuke supplies near Poland. Fuck you. And get out. And yeah, that island, yeah, it's. Oh my god. Thank you. No more Iceland. Is Iceland even still like those or not? Australia. Okay, so guess I'm invading Antarctica now. Poof. Here I come, bitches. Yeah. So I might start nuking Antarctica. Totally not, disproportionate, bro. Trust me. Trust me, bro. It's totally proportionate, bro. Like, they deserved it, because they exist. That's why they deserve a fucking hydrogen bomb. Yep, totally makes sense. Why won't Poland become my ally? See, only 50% of the world. I only have 30. Oh my god, fucking mosquitoes. Ah, get you. Wait, what is it? I'm not even going to find out. I'm too tired for this bullshit. Poof, poof, poof. I think it did. No, I just wanted to see naval invasion. You thought I wouldn't see that. And nope. Hey, that was my base. Bro, I have sun launcher. It won't work. Why aren't you doing this? Oh wait, I don't have any there, but technically that's not my people, so I don't care. It's Greenland's population, and they're annoying because during that war, when you're being RPB like, and this one is down, and this one's down. Damn, bro, are you fucking spamming bombing? Like what? No shit, that one was fucking. Oh damn, good time. Where's that one going? Okay, that's. Yeah, I'm fine. Just let me try something. Just trust me. I don't even know how you build cities here, but whatever, dude. Whatever, bro. Yeah, I'm doing that to them too. Because Australia is cooked. Yeah, they're cooked. Everyone's dead. I'm going to kill everyone. Okay. Yes, XP is very good. It's really, really good. I don't know when it looks alive, and probably like never. Like, I'm just going to do what I do usually, so you guys can see what I do, I guess. Yeah, you guys can see what I do when it's fucking 3 a.m. Okay, now you get fucking legendary. It's cost 50 million gold. Then they will destroy them completely. Well, give me back my money. And that's more than good. Yes, now I can launch a fucking invasion of Australia. But first I gotta nuke them again. Just to be really sure they're dead. Sorry, King Parrots, but I have to nuke your country. I had to do it. I had no choice. No, technically, I had many choices, like declaring war on them officially. But I was too tired to do that. Look at that, bro. They're just a fucking wasteland now. I mean, the desert, it was always a wasteland, so it doesn't change anything. Still way bad, bro. Is it a war crime? I think it's a war crime. I'm not sure though. It's the game, so that means it isn't. You get what I mean. What do you mean, horde? Like, are they riding emus here instead of horses? What the fuck? Port, Stavanger, city, another city. This city, Stavanger again, another city, and I don't have any money. Well, here I come invade. The invasion can begin. Damn, that was quick. I wonder why. It's not like I nuked them to oblivion or anything. Lol. I totally didn't do that. Source, trust me, bro. Bro, Antarctica is still fucking alive. Just die, bro. Yeah, no, bro, I'm not committing this mistake once again. Antarctica is fucking still alive, bro. Just die. Accept me. What the hell? I bet the emus are still alive even though they've been nuked. I mean, to be honest, I had to nuke them, like, just because of their wildlife. Even though they're probably still alive and not mutated. So it's worse than usual. What's going on is alive. Yeah, same thing. One, thank you for the one gun that I just tell him for Louisiana. But yeah, thank you. Bam, bam, bam. Made his face wriggle, like at the end of the life. Like, it's going to end like it's 6 a.m. French time, so like we have 4 hours. Yeah, but hope you're ready, guys. Okay, okay, and we have all of Australia. Wait, New Zealand still. Yeah, but like, how dare you be alive? Like, your brother died. You have to die. That's how it works. Source, trust me, bro. 3 million. Damn, I don't even have 3 million, bro. I put like 2,000 cities. See, I haven't put shit. Damn, why didn't I notice you before? Would put more cities, I guess. Yeah, I know it's probably boring for the 1% that is still here. Maybe 2%. No, still one. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Australia. Can't let you bring back the demons. Bro, where are you from? Hey, that was my spot to invade. How dare you? How dare you, bro? How dare you? Like, it was my spot. It was my invasion plan. Like, that's how I plan to invade Poland. Yeah, cause that. Anyway, so yeah, no. Australia, bro. This is mine. Get out. Like, I'll let you leave. And you do that to me, man. That's why I don't let people leave, bro. Wait, no, I'm talking about the game, guys. No, fuck you. No, too late. Too late. It's too late now. Okay, you kill people. Not my problem. Problem. My problem. Attention. My problem. I gotta populate the West Coast back. Wait, no. East Coast. Damn, I'm fucking stupid. And I'm not even American. Like, how can this be? mostly Americans that are watching this video probably because nobody's on the live right now. So yeah, there is one person. So thank you for this one person. Damn, my back hurts though. Like, be back. The worst part is I'm not even old. I'm increasing population. Okay. Just die, bro. Leave me alone, man. so I didn't even say shit. And there's still, which isn't probably me, it's probably me just watching, but oh man, this life is going to be long as hell. Like really long. And that kinda is the point. I don't have time for this yet. I'm cooking forward. Poland is cooked. The East is mine, bitch. Hey. Yes, sir. I did put it for not made for kids, just like right. Please tell me I did. Please tell me I did made it for not made for kids. Uh, anyway, yes, go back to world conquest, I guess. I want to finish my world conquest first. Poland won't be alive. Like, well, it's over. Yeah, that was one hell of a game. And I have proved I managed to do world conquest. Yeah, even if it's like, okay, to one how like bro. Damn, damn, Rosé is still here. Damn, the dedication of this man is crazy. You know what? Let's watch this video with me, bro. Reaction videos, bro. I mean, I'm going to use reaction. I'm just going to be honest. Like, I'm just being myself. Because I'm bad at, making exaggerated things, not that. But because I really talk to myself for no reason, when watching videos, I think it will be pretty good. So yeah, just putting the subtitles for you guys. Because I'm still good at. Oh, it's only well, I'm not an a-hole, so I'm going to watch video that you guys can understand because I'm not an a-hole. I'm a good guy.
Bonjour, bonsoir à tous et bienvenue dans ce Point Culture. La mythologie grecque, c'est un mix entre DC et Game of Thrones. Dans le sens où, comme dans DC, plusieurs auteurs apportent leur point de vue et rien à foutre de si c'est en contradiction avec ce qu'un auteur a écrit avant, même le créateur du personnage. Puis comme Game of Thrones, parce qu'il y a du sang, du sexe, de l'inceste, des morts violentes, des sections de parties du corps, de la magie, et dans tout ce joyeux bordel, quelques histoires parmi les plus anciennes connues de l'homme, et dans ces histoires, il y a souvent des créatures fantastiques, et je vais vous en présenter 20 aujourd'hui. Numéro 1, alors je vous préviens, je ne vais pas parler de race mais d'individu, donc là nous n'allons pas parler de centaure, mais d'un centaure précis, Chiron, le plus sage des centaures. Le seul centaure sage en fait. Et pour cause, fils de Philyra et de Chronos, ce dernier se change en cheval pour fuir la colère de sa femme, d'où la naissance d'un être moitié divinité et moitié équidé. C'était donc aussi le seul centaure à être immortel. Du coup il bénéficia de l'enseignement de divinité, et il se servait de cette instruction pour éduquer les futurs héros, comme Jason et Achille notamment. Et les circonstances de sa mort sont aussi tragiques que débiles. Je vous présente un demi-dieu que vous connaissez déjà, Héraclès, qui deviendra Hercule dans le panthéon romain. Héraclès est une grosse merde. Alors qu'il faisait un de ses 12 travaux dont on aura l'occasion de reparler plus tard, il est accueilli par Pholos, un autre centaure plutôt cool. Dionysos avait donné du vin aux centaures en leur disant « Je donne le pinard, mais attention, si Héraclès y passe, t'y donnes un peu, c'est un bon gars. » Pholos a dit oui bien sûr, mais tous les autres centaures ont pris ce vin comme acquis. Du coup, quand Héraclès est venu se poser chez Pholos, il a demandé du vin, ce dernier le lui a servi, et les autres se sont énervés. Héraclès les a donc massacrés. Pholos ne prit pas part à ce conflit, il se contentait d'enterrer les centaures morts, mais Héraclès lui décocha une flèche par erreur, donc il mourut et les centaures survivants prirent la fuite, notamment chez Chiron, qui commença à les soigner, mais Héraclès tira une flèche sur Elatos, un centaure qui se faisait soigner par Chiron. La flèche traversa le bras du patient et atteint le plus sage des centaures au genou. Tu n'en as à foutre, me diras-tu, spectateur attentif. Chiron est immortel, disais-je plutôt. Oui, mais c'est là que c'est drôle. La flèche d'Héraclès était enduite d'un poison incurable, on y reviendra, et Chiron agonisa pendant 9 jours en réclamant qu'on lui retire son immortalité. Finalement, les dieux lui ont accordé la mort en transférant son immortalité à Probété, je sais pas du tout comment ça marche, et Chiron devint la constellation du Centaure. Héraclès est une grosse merde.
Yes.
Numéro 2, et si on parlait de Typhon? Typhon est un géant ailé avec des jambes de serpent, 1000 têtes dont une humaine et 1000 serpents à la place des doigts. La mythologie grecque. Je vous parle de Typhon relativement tôt parce qu'il est le père de 7 des 20 bestioles de cette vidéo. Typhon, c'est le Godzilla de l'Olympe, un monstre à l'échelle divine. En une journée, il a grandi à tel point qu'il atteignait le ciel, au point d'effrayer les Olympiens qui, presque tous, fuirent l'Olympe. Ne restèrent qu'Athéna et Zeus. Ce dernier affronta Typhon avec la faucille avec laquelle il avait tranché les couilles de son père, ce que nous ferions tous, mais Typhon le désarma et trancha ses tendons qu'il cacha dans la peau d'un ours, ce que nous ferions tous. Une chance, Hermès et Égipan qui passaient par là réimplantèrent les tendons dans Zeus, ce que nous ferions tous. Donc Zeus revint, le foudroya d'un éclair, alors que les moires avaient affaibli Typhon en le nourrissant de fruits empoisonnés en l'absence de Zeus. Puis il lui jeta une montagne à la gueule. C'est pas une image, il a pris une montagne et il la lui a carré dans la face. La montagne en question étant l'Etna, ce qui explique que quand Typhon est en colère, la montagne crache des flammes. C'est prouvé scientifiquement. Numéro 3, le lion de Némée. Fils d'Orthos et de la chimère, le lion de Némée a donc le plaisir bien connu des Picards d'avoir les mêmes grands-parents du côté de son père et de sa mère. Héra l'avait envoyé à Némée pour qu'il y répande malheur et désolation parce que... Hey, tu ferais pareil si t'étais un dieu, donc ferme ta gueule. Le tuer est la première tâche dont doit s'acquitter cet abruti d'Héraclès. Ce qui me permet d'introduire les fameux 12 travaux. Pas cela, voilà. Si vous n'êtes pas familier avec la mythologie grecque, petit précepte primordial, Zeus n'est pas un époux très...
Yeah, I think that was obvious for now. I think it's obvious. Okay. Please on this live is going on. Anyway.
Fidèle. Suite à une de ses nombreuses aventures, en l'occurrence avec l'humaine Alcmène, Héra, la femme de Zeus, pique une colère monstrueuse et jure de se venger. Zeus baptise son fils Héraclès, qui signifie gloire à Héra, mais c'est bizarre. Ça la calme pas. Une fois devenu un grand et solide gaillard, Héraclès s'est rendu fou.
You forgot the part where Hera sent 2 snakes to kill Héraclès when he was a baby.
Par la déesse et tue dans sa folie sa femme Mégara et ses 4 enfants. Il alla demander à l'oracle de Delphes comment se faire pardonner et l'oracle lui dit d'aller voir Eurysthée et d'accomplir 10 tâches pour lui. Oui, 10, je me suis pas trompé. Eurysthée lui impose donc 10 travaux qu'il pensait impossibles. Le premier étant de tuer le lion de Némée. Petit fait amusant, le dit lion a une peau impénétrable. Le héros tente d'abord de lui tirer des flèches, mais pas de chance, ça ne marche pas aussi bien que sur ses amis centaures. Donc il prend sa masse et frappe le lion, mais la masse se brise sur la bête. Héraclès finit par vaincre le monstre en l'étranglant de ses mains nues. Il se servira ensuite des griffes du lion pour tailler sa peau et s'en recouvrir. En revenant voir Eurysthée, ce dernier prit peur en voyant la peau du lion et se cacha dans une jarre. Il interdit ensuite à Héraclès d'entrer dans la ville et lui dit qu'il communiquerait ses ordres par le biais de son oncle devant les murs de la cité, ce qui nous amènera au deuxième travail, on va y revenir. Numéro 4, un monstre qu'on rencontre dans l'Odyssée, Polyphème, le Cyclope. Pour ceux qui l'ignorent, l'Odyssée raconte le retour d'Ulysse à Ithaque après la guerre de Troie. Un voyage qui dura 10 ans et durant lequel lui et ses compagnons rencontrèrent et affrontèrent de nombreux personnages et la colère du dieu de la mer, Poséidon, probablement provoquée par l'histoire, et que je m'en vais vous conter. Ulysse et les copains s'arrêtent sur l'île des Cyclopes, ils voient une grotte avec de la bouffe, ils se disent « Chouette !» Une grotte avec de la bouffe. Il rentre donc dans la grotte afin de se sustenter. Là-dessus arrive Polyphème, il dit « Ouais, dis donc, c'est ma bouffe que là, je suis pas content. » Et pour la forme, il mange 2 des hommes d'Ulysse. Mais ce dernier est futé. Il enivre le Cyclope avec du vin, lui dit que son nom est Personne et l'aveugle avec un pied en métal chauffé. Polyphème enferme les hommes dans la grotte et va demander de l'aide, mais personne ne veut l'aider, parce que le pauvre Cyclope prétend avoir été aveuglé par personne. Et dans la grotte, Ulysse a une deuxième bonne idée, s'accrocher au ventre des moutons de Polyphème, qui étaient dans la grotte aussi, me demandez pas.
Okay.
Du coup, quand Polyphème fait sortir ses moutons de la grotte, il leur tâte le dos pour vérifier que les hommes n'y sont pas. Mais Ulysse parvient à s'échapper. Et c'est là qu'il a la mauvaise idée de révéler son identité à Polyphème. Genre, haha, te v'là bien baisé par Ulysse.
Technically would have been fun, but I guess he like his monetization, so that makes sense.
Ce qui a permis au géant de demander une punition pour Ulysse à son père, Poséidon. Ça explique que le trajet retour se soit pas passé tout seul.
Yeah.
Numéro 5, Triton. Alors là, vous imaginez peut-être le roi Triton, père de la petite sirène, mais je vous arrête tout de suite. Dans la mythologie grecque, les sirènes sont soit des femmes toutes...
I mean, it was a bit mermaid because sirens and sirens are like literally the same word. Like mermaid and sirens are the same word in French. Sirène. So yeah, French sometimes kind of sucks.
Toutes cons, soit des êtres mi-femmes, mi-oiseaux. Donc, rien à voir. Par contre, en effet, Triton était une divinité mi-homme, mi-poisson, et il a beaucoup de points communs avec Poséidon, dont il est le fils. Le char tiré par les chevaux, le trident, mais l'attribut principal de Triton, c'est sa conque, dont il jouait pour déchaîner ou calmer la mer. C'est notamment lui qui calma les eaux après le déluge de Deucalion, l'un des innombrables déluges provoqués par les dieux de tous âges et de toutes origines pour purifier l'espèce humaine, petit souillon que nous sommes.
What do you mean purify mankind, bro? What do you mean by that? What do you mean purify?
Numéro 6, peut-on faire un point culture traitant de mythologie grecque sans évoquer les labdacides? C'est une question rhétorique, bien sûr qu'on peut, cette introduction est très maladroite. Mais je ne vais pas vous parler de tous les labdacides, juste d'une créature qui les a bien foutus dedans, le sphinx. Créature féminine à tête de femme et à corps de lion ailé, le sphinx a été envoyé à Thèbes pour terroriser et massacrer la population et les récoltes par Héra, cette femme est délicieuse. Le sphinx répétait une énigme et dévorait quiconque se trompait. Qu'est-ce qui n'a qu'une voix, 4 jambes et 2 jambes et 3 jambes?
I know. Let's see if you guys know, because I know the answer.
Édipe parvint à résoudre l'énigme, tuant le sphinx et devint roi de Thèbes. En quoi est-ce une mauvaise chose? C'est une histoire un peu longue, mais fort cool, donc voici. Il était une fois Laios, fils de Labdacos et roi de Thèbes. Pélops, un ami à lui demande d'apprendre à son fils à conduire un char. Laios accepte et viole son fils.
Ah.
Bon, c'est cracra, faut pas faire ça. Nouveau slogan de campagne de sensibilisation, le viol, c'est cracra. Faut pas faire ça. Pélops appelle donc la malédiction sur Laios et ses descendants et paye ta malédiction sur 3 générations. L'oracle prédit à Laios que son fils le tuera et épousera sa femme. Du coup, Laios évite de coucher avec sa femme. Et puis, bon, c'était pas un enfant, elle était consentante, enfin c'est pas vraiment son truc. Sauf qu'un soir, bourré, il couche avec. Paf, grossesse. Ils abandonnent le bébé en lui attachant...
Why don't you just kill it? Like, that would have been just smart, like... Instead of just abandon the baby, just kill it. No problems, problem solved. Damn, they were really dumb, huh? Dumbasses.
les pieds. Mais l'enfant est retrouvé et adopté par le roi de Corinthe, Polybe, qui le baptise Édipe. Ce dernier, une fois adulte, apprend qu'il doit tuer son père et épouser sa mère. Du coup, il s'éloigne de ceux qu'il croit être ses parents et se rend, vous l'avez compris, à Thèbes. En chemin...
Crazy, none of that would have happened if they just killed the baby. Yeah, I know it's cool, but like, it just makes sense.
Il croise Laios, avec lequel il s'embrouille, et il le tue sans savoir ni qu'il s'agit du roi, ni qu'il s'agit de son père. En apprenant la nouvelle, Créon, le frère de Jocaste, devenu régent de Thèbes, dit « Oui, alors je suis régent, mais le premier qui débarrasse Thèbes du sphinx, je lui donne la ville et le cul de ma sœur en prime. »
Yes.
Bon, là-dessus, Édipe résout donc la fameuse énigme.
It's the fucking human, you dumbasses, for those who don't know.
Pour les 5 qui ne connaîtraient pas la réponse, c'est l'homme. L'homme qui se déplace d'abord à 4 pattes enfant, puis à 2 adultes et à 3 avec une canne vieillard. Vraiment une énigme de merde. Édipe résout donc l'énigme et Créon de leur féliciter. Bravo Édipe, va niquer ta mère, ce qu'il fait. De leur union naquirent 4 enfants. Ce qui...
No, it's not. You motherfucker, it would have been go fuck your mother. Anyway.
Une sacrée prouesse génétique, Éthéocle, Polynice, Antigone et Ismène. En apprenant que Jocaste est sa mère, Édipe se brûle les yeux et part en exil, et pour le reste, Antigone va se laisser mourir de faim alors qu'elle avait été condamnée à mort, Aimon, son fiancé et son oncle aussi, se suicident de chagrin, Éthéocle va mourir défiguré dans une guerre contre son frère Polynice, dont le cadavre va être exhibé et rongé par les corbeaux en place publique pour déshonneur, et vous ai-je mentionné que Mégara, la femme d'Héraclès, que ce dernier a tué dans un accès de folie, est la fille de Créon. Donc voilà. voilà la malédiction des labdacides. En bref, le viol, c'est cracra, faut pas faire ça. Numéro 7, vous vous souvenez de Typhon? Je vous présente ça.
Moral of the story, don't rape people. Wait, will it be when I hope my child is still alive after I said that? Please, YouTube, don't ban my child, please.
Femme, Echidna. C'est une femme jusqu'à la taille, et pour le reste, c'est un serpent. Elle est donc la mère de la plupart des éléments de ce top 20. Parmi ceux dont on a déjà parlé, le sphinx et le lion de Némée sont déjà des enfants d'Echidna. Bonjour, ici Lynx du futur. J'étais en train de monter la vidéo et je me rends compte que je me contredis. En effet, plutôt je dis que le lion de Némée est l'enfant d'Orthros et Chimère, ce qui ferait de lui le petit-fils d'Echidna. C'est simplement un souci de source en fait. D'après Hésiode, le lion de Némée est bien le fils d'Orthros et de Chimère, mais d'après Pseudo-Apollodore, c'est Typhon et Echidna. Voilà. Juste pour préciser ça, c'est... Bon bah, bonne continuation de vidéo. Vous allez voir, le numéro 17 va vous surprendre. Maintenant, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'histoires folles à raconter à son sujet, c'est vraiment juste un four à bébés monstrueux, des lions, des chiens, des serpents, enfin disons que les Grecs anciens étaient pas super à jour sur le fonctionnement de la génétique. D'ailleurs, je vois pas vraiment comment Typhon et Echidna pouvaient se reproduire. Ah bah si, c'est legit, ils sont tous les deux serpentoïdes au niveau du bassin, donc ça passe. Et j'y réfléchis beaucoup trop. Numéro 8, nous avons hérité beaucoup d'expressions de la mythologie grecque. Après tout, ne dit-on pas malin comme un sphinx?
No.
Con comme...
No. It's the malin comme un singe, which means like as clever as a monkey. And, yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying right there. On dit comme un singe, yeah. Malin comme un singe.
Héraclès.
Neither.
Nique ta mère. Non, mais quelque chose qu'on dit pour de vrai, c'est tomber de Charybde en Scylla.
Yes.
C'est une expression qui veut dire faire face à un problème, s'en sortir et devoir en affronter un autre plus gros encore. Charybde, toujours affamée, a été punie par Zeus pour avoir mangé le bétail de son fils Héraclès, et transformée en tourbillon. Depuis, elle avale les navires qui passent trop près d'elle. Scylla, de son côté, est un monstre enfermé dans une grotte sur un récif aux parois saillantes et trop lisses pour qu'on puisse y marcher. Le dilemme qu'a dû affronter Ulysse dans l'Odyssée, c'est que les deux monstres cohabitent dans un passage de mer étroit et qu'un navire ne peut les éviter tous les deux, et vous l'aurez deviné avec l'expression Ulysse évite Charybde pour affronter Scylla. Il n'y perd que quelques hommes alors que Charybde aurait sûrement englouti tout l'équipage. Bravo le veau. Numéro 9, vous connaissez Chiron, vous connaissez Pholos, et connaissez-vous Nessos, le troisième et dernier centaure dont je vais vous parler dans cette vidéo. Ça se passe après la mort de Chiron. Nessos a survécu au massacre des centaures par Héraclès, mais c'est un centaure, c'est-à-dire que c'est une brute qui aime tuer, il a un zizi à la place du cerveau, bref, c'est plus une bête qu'un homme. Nessos travaille comme passeur de fleuve. Héraclès arrive avec Déjanire, sa nouvelle femme, après qu'il a fini ses 12 travaux, et demande à passer. Le centaure lui répond « Ok, alors, ce qu'on va faire, c'est toi tu nages, et moi je porte ta femme pour pas qu'elle soit mouillée. » Héraclès accepte.
No, like, when he says what he's not talking about. You know what, never mind.
Héraclès est une grosse merde. Arrivé de l'autre côté, il entend évidemment les cris de sa femme parce que Nessos essaye de la violer. Ni une ni deux, le fils...
Brûler not. Yeah, no, I stopped my track.
Zeus tire une flèche et atteint Nessos. En mourant, celui-ci dit à Déjanire « Tiens, prends ma tunique, ça évitera que ton époux soit infidèle. »
What the fuck? What? That doesn't even make sense, like... How does that make sense?
Essayez de vous représenter la scène dans la tête. Elle se fait violer par un monstre avec donc un équipement de cheval, hein, littéralement. Yeah. Il se prend une flèche et lui dit « Donne mes fringues à ton homme, il te sera fidèle. » La cohérence, c'est pas trop leur délire. Déjanire accepte parce que elle est vraiment demeurée et cela conduira à la perte d'Héraclès. Pourquoi? Pour ça. Numéro 10, il est largement temps d'évoquer le plus célèbre des travaux d'Héraclès, son deuxième en fait, après le lion de Némée, tuer l'hydre de Lerne. Il s'agit soit d'un serpent, soit d'un dragon, doté de plusieurs têtes, dont une, faite en partie en or, est immortelle. Les autres têtes repoussent en double quand on les coupe. Pour le vaincre, Héraclès a demandé l'aide d'Ioalaos, son neveu et amant, tout est normal, pour qu'il cautérise les moignons de têtes tranchées au fur et à mesure. Quant à la tête immortelle, Héraclès l'enterra encore vivante. Mais Eurysthée refusa de compter ce travail comme étant accompli parce qu'Héraclès avait fait appel à quelqu'un d'autre pour l'aider. Il lui a fait le coup 2 fois d'ailleurs, c'est pour ça qu'il a dû effectuer 12 travaux au lieu des 10 prévus. Mais alors, quel rapport avec Nessos, me direz-vous? Après avoir vaincu l'hydre de Lerne, Hercule trempa la pointe de ses flèches dans le sang de l'hydre, un poison extrêmement virulent. C'est ce qui a empoisonné Chiron au point de lui faire supplier la mort, et quand Nessos remit sa tunique à Déjanire, elle était trempée de son sang infecté par le venin de l'hydre de Lerne. Déjanire offrit donc la tunique de Nessos à Héraclès, il la mit, et elle le brûla, lui colla à la peau, lui infligeant une horrible douleur, à tel point qu'il se jeta lui-même dans un bûcher pour mettre fin à ses souffrances. Et puis, vexé par sa connerie, Déjanire se suicida après la mort de son mari. Héraclès est une grosse merde. Numéro 11, mais avant de mourir comme un con en enfilant la tunique d'un ennemi qu'il avait tué lui-même en l'empoisonnant, faut quand même être sacrément con, Héraclès a tout de même effectué d'autres choses chouettes, comme son 6e travail, débarrasser le lac Stymphale d'une nuée d'oiseaux mangeurs d'hommes. Et comment il les a vaincus? Avec des castagnettes.
What?
Je déconne pas, Héraclès s'est mis sur une montagne, a joué des castagnettes, ça a fait peur aux oiseaux.
Et... Of course, if it was so simple, why didn't anybody do something like that? Like, if it was so simple, why didn't anybody did something like that before? Are people just stupid?
Ils sont partis. Bon, c'est plus une version antique des castagnettes, ça s'appelait un crotalone ou crotalum en latin.
Oh, that's why the snake in Australia does sound with its tail. Ça s'appelle un crotal. Yeah. Random fun facts.
Mais c'est exactement le fonctionnement des castagnettes. Vous connaissez l'adage, Héraclès est une grosse merde. Yeah. Numéro 12, on passe à une bestiole qui n'a rien à voir avec Héraclès, Pégase. Mais rien à voir. Bon, je peux pas vous parler de la naissance de Pégase.
Pegasus, all I can be. I'll stop to make the references.
Pour l'instant parce que ça implique un autre monstre qui arrivera plus tard dans la vidéo. Mais je peux vous parler par exemple d'Hippocrène, la source créée par Pégase. En tapant du sabot contre le sol, la créature a créé une source sur le mont Hélicon, si merveilleuse que même les dieux venaient l'admirer. Elle fut baptisée Hippocrène, la source du cheval, et devint par la suite la source des muses. Pourquoi Pégase a-t-il tapé du talon pour commencer? Parce qu'il n'était pas content d'avoir été dompté par Bellérophon. Par qui? Nous allons y revenir. Numéro 13, si vous croyez que l'humanité a évolué au fur et à mesure de la préhistoire et qu'elle a ensuite découvert le feu, vous avez tort.
What?
C'est Prométhée qui a forgé les hommes dans de la boue et qui est allé voler le feu chez les dieux et qui nous l'a ramené. C'est un fait, c'est de la science. D'ailleurs, Zeus n'a pas aimé qu'on lui vole son feu et a attaché Prométhée à un caillou, alors vous devriez être un petit peu plus reconnaissant.
Yeah.
Pourquoi je vous parle de ça? Pour vous présenter l'aigle du Caucase. Fils de Typhon et d'Échidna, évidemment, l'aigle du...
Wait, the Greeks knew about the Caucasian man. Wait, of course they did. Like Alexander, yeah, but like those things like were before him. Did the Greeks knew about the Caucasian mountains before Alexander the Great? Learn something every day, I guess.
Le Caucase a été envoyé par Zeus pour manger tous les jours le foie de Prométhée, probablement avec des fèves au beurre et un excellent Chianti.
Ah, yeah, that's how we eat duck livers in France. Really tasty.
Heureusement, Zeus avait envie de placer son fils, donc Héraclès, tua l'aigle du Caucase et libéra Prométhée avec l'autorisation de son papa, comme ça il passerait pour un héros auprès des hommes. Tous avec moi, Héraclès est une grosse merde. Numéro 14, une créature que tout le monde connaît parce qu'elle a été déclinée 1 million de fois en de multiples incarnations, Cerbère, le chien à 3 têtes, gardien de l'Hadès, l'équivalent des enfers, et fils de Typhon et d'Échidna évidemment. Cerbère est une énorme bête qui effraie autant les morts que les vivants et qui surtout empêche les vivants d'entrer dans l'Hadès et les morts d'en sortir. De nombreux héros ont cherché à déjouer la vigilance de Cerbère et peu ont réussi. Cet exploit n'a été accompli que par Héraclès et Orphée. Et Psyché.
Okay.
Et Ulysse.
Okay, like no more of them.
Et Né.
Ok, you just stop, bro.
Et Thésée. Ouais, non, oubliez ce que je viens de dire. Cerbère est un très mauvais chien de garde. D'ailleurs, c'est un peu illustré dans le 12e travail d'Héraclès. Il devait ramener Cerbère des enfers. Donc, Héraclès alla dans le monde souterrain, demanda à Hadès, dieu des enfers, s'il pouvait embarquer le toutou. Il lui répondit ouais, no souci, mais seulement si t'arrives à le maîtriser sans armes. Eh ben, il l'a fait. Même pas eu besoin de castagnettes pour celui-là. Et voilà, ça a mis fin aux 12 travaux. Ouais. Numéro 15, on va continuer avec les travaux d'Héraclès, en l'occurrence son 7e, capturer vivant le taureau crétois. La difficulté de la tâche, c'est que le taureau avait été rendu fou par Poséidon et que ne pas tuer, c'est pas vraiment le gros point fort d'Héraclès. Mais il y parvint en montant sur le dos de la bête et en le tenant par les cornes. C'est vraiment anticlimactique, hein, les travaux d'Héraclès. On imagine des combats épiques, des jeux de puissance, de la ruse, mais non. Pour l'hydre, il a enterré la tête immortelle, pour le lion de Némée, il l'a étouffé. Et donc pour le taureau crétois, il est monté dessus, il a chopé ses cornes et la bestiole s'est laissée ramener à Eurysthée.
What the...
Le taureau sera tué par Thésée plus tard, mais alors question. D'où il venait ce taureau? Parce que pour une fois, je vous ai pas dit qu'il était l'enfant d'Échidna et de Typhon, ou qu'Hera l'avait envoyé pour détruire une ville pour le LOL. Il a une autre origine, dont nous allons bientôt parler. Numéro 16, fille de Typhon et d'Échidna, la chimère avait le corps d'un lion, la tête d'un lion qui crache du feu, une autre tête de chèvre et enfin une tête de serpent au bout de la queue. La mythologie grecque. La chimère n'est pas que la fille d'une célébrité, c'est aussi la mère de plusieurs célébrités puisqu'elle a engendré le lion de Némée et le sphinx. Et comme c'était une créature maléfique, un héros a dû la tuer. Non pas Héraclès qui avait pourtant l'air parti pour tuer absolument tout le bestiaire mythologique, mais Bellérophon. Pour ce faire, Bellérophon devait avoir un destrier plus rapide que les flammes de la chimère, Pégase. Grâce à l'aide d'Athéna, il parvint à dompter Pégase et se jeta dans la bataille contre la chimère, mais contrairement à Héraclès, Bellérophon relève les défis avec panache. D'après Jean de Sepsès, un poète byzantin du XIIe siècle, Bellérophon a accroché du plomb au bout de sa lance et l'a jeté en direction de la face de lion de la chimère. Cette dernière a essayé de la brûler, mais le plomb fondit, étouffant la créature. Et c'est quand même bien cool. Numéro 17. Peut-être qu'en le chantant, je sais pas. Diomède nourrissait ses juments légendaires, des hôtes qu'il recevait.
Well, that's nice. Oh my God.
C'est pas bien urbain, non, faudrait pas faire ça. Qui pourrait arrêter sans...
Yeah, please stop it, motherfucker.
Héraclès, le héros, pour son 8e travail, dut ramener les juments Argos. Pour ce faire, il quérit l'aide d'Abdère, son chéri, qui finit dévoré jusqu'à l'os.
Oh, that's
Héraclès donna donc à manger aux cavales leur propre propriétaire. Ce qui d'un coup calma la sauvagerie de ses chevals, qu'il ramena et elles se laissèrent faire. Finalement, c'était simple, Héraclès aurait pu faire sans l'aide de son amant.
Yeah, would have worked, yeah.
Qui tenait à la vie avant qu'il ne...
Oh, wait, it says let me, sorry, the specular, I didn't saw your message, I'm going to read. If you get 1,000 subs before the end of the year, do you have anything planned for it? Not really, not gonna lie, I don't have anything really planned for that. Can't you be the test if you have any story? Okay, yeah, makes sense, probably. What is the best way to defeat your enemy? Is it a tornado of creation B to try and see it where D makes them your friend, bro? I have the reference, bro. I want Ninja Go. When I am French time, yeah. It's exactly, man. I never trust the snakes. That's what I'm saying, man. Also, are you streaming on both this channel and your French channel, or only the French? No, only this channel. Yeah, that will actually be smart. I'm not gonna lie. that would be smarter. Anyway, back on here, I guess. Also against Priyan here. Yeah. Yes. He in fact is one.
Numéro 18,
Wow.
nous allons évoquer l'une de mes créatures mythologiques préférées, le Minotaure.
Oh,
C'est
cool.
l'histoire d'un gros con, Minos. Astérion, roi de Crète, meurt sans héritier. Minos prétend aux yeux du peuple que les dieux lui ont demandé de régner,
Yeah.
et il en veut pour preuve qu'ils exécuteront
Trust-
chacune de ses prières.
Trust me.
Poséidon, qui était dans un bon jour, fit sortir un magnifique taureau blanc de la mer alors que Minos priait et lui demanda de le sacrifier. Sauf que Minos trouvait la bestiole trop belle et en sacrifia une autre à la place. Il devint donc tout à la fois
Oh my god, bro. Why are we brutes of fucking god? What are we gonna do? Punch him?
roi de Crète et roi des cons.
Like,
Poséidon se vengea en rendant la femme de Minos, Pasiphae, éperdument amoureuse
Oh.
du taureau et en rendant le
I
taureau
know
fou furieux.
bro,
Cette dernière demanda l'aide de Dédale, un architecte. De l'aide, pourquoi me demanderez-vous en quoi un architecte pouvait-elle l'aider à ne plus être amoureuse d'un taureau?
Yeah.
Dédale lui construit une caisse en bois avec des roues sur laquelle il jeta une peau de vache avec un trou derrière
Non.
la caisse pour que Pasiphae et donc le taureau crétois puissent faire ce que font les gens quand ils sont très amoureux. 9 mois plus tard, j'imagine, c'est à peu près la même chose pour les humains et les vaches, donc voilà, 9 mois plus tard, naquit Astérion, le fils de Pasiphae et du taureau crétois, que la légende retint sous le nom de Minotaure, le taureau de Minos. Ce dernier, furieux, demanda à Dédale de construire une prison dont le Minotaure ne pourrait jamais sortir, et Dédale construit le labyrinthe, une construction si complexe que nul ne peut en sortir. Pour le nourrir, Minos demande à la ville d'Athènes, défaite lors d'une guerre, de lui fournir 7 jeunes hommes et 7 jeunes femmes tous les 9 ans, qu'il enferme dans le labyrinthe pour que la créature s'en nourrisse. Thésée, fils d'Égée, roi d'Athènes, décide de tuer le Minotaure, va en Crète pour dire à Minos « Eh dis donc, le fils à corne, ça va bien là Wallah, je le bute !» Minos répond « Ha, même pas t'y arrives !» Mais Ariane, fille de Minos, tombe amoureuse de Thésée et lui donne un fil, le fameux fil d'Ariane, pour qu'il le déroule dans le labyrinthe et ainsi, s'il survit, il n'aura plus qu'à le suivre pour en sortir. Elle lui donne également un glaive offert par Héphaïstos qu'elle vole à son père en demandant au héros qu'il l'épouse en retour. Vous remarquerez que toutes les femmes dans la vie de Minos, ça lui ont fait à l'envers.
Oh yeah.
Bref, Thésée tue le Minotaure, mais abandonne Ariane à la mort, parce qu'elle a juste trahi son père et sa ville, et rentre à Athènes pour en devenir roi. Mais qu'est-il advenu d'Égée? Eh ben en fait, ils avaient conclu que si Thésée revenait vivant de Crète, faudrait qu'il hisse des voiles blanches à ses navires. Et Thésée a oublié. Du coup, en voyant les voiles noires, Égée s'est suicidé en se jetant dans la mer, qui porte aujourd'hui son nom. C'est donc un des premiers cas de transgenre, puisque le père de Thésée est devenu une mère. Oh, elle est pas bonne celle-là! Oh non, elle est pas bonne du tout! Ah non, non, non! Ah Numéro 19, on arrive à la fin. Alors, je vous Thomès avait été envoyé. L'histoire du renard. Ah non, non, non! Ah Numéro 19, on arrive à la fin. Alors, je vous en donne un petit rigolo. L'histoire du renard de Thomès et de l'Élaps le chien. Bon. Le renard de Thomès avait été envoyé sur Thèbes pour effrayer et tuer tout le monde, vous connaissez la chanson. Sauf que il avait la particularité de ne pouvoir être attrapé par aucune créature. Vous gardez ça en tête une minute, le temps que je vous présente un autre personnage important de cette légende, Amphitryon, le mari d'Alcmène, et donc beau-père d'Héraclès, si on peut considérer que le fils du gars avec qui ta femme t'a trompé est ton beau-fils. Les frères d'Alcmène ont été tués par des Taphiens, les habitants de l'île de Taphos donc, et Alcmène exige de son mari que ce crime soit expié. Amphitryon va demander de l'aide à Créon, alors régent de Thèbes. Il lui dit Ok, mais d'abord tu débarrasses ma ville du renard de Thomès, s'il te plaît. Amphitryon va demander de l'aide à Céphale, le roi d'Athènes, qui possède un chien, le fameux l'Élaps, qui a la particularité de toujours attraper sa cible. Et du coup, on se retrouve face à un paradoxe. L'Élaps attrape toujours sa cible et le renard de Thomès échappe toujours à son poursuivant. Donc, comment résoudre ce problème? Zeus les change en statues. Zeus n'aime pas les paradoxes. Ensuite, l'histoire continue. Créon aide Amphitryon contre Térélas, roi de Taphos. Ce dernier a un cheveu d'or dans ses cheveux qui le rend immortel. Sa fille tombe amoureuse d'Amphitryon. Elle arrache le cheveu d'or de son père. Amphitryon la fait mettre à mort pour trahison. La grosse joie. Numéro 20, si je vous parle des Gorgones, a priori ça vous évoque un truc. Des femmes aux cheveux de serpent dont le regard pouvait pétrifier quiconque le croisait. Elles sont 3 sœurs, mais seule l'une d'entre elles est vraiment connue. Méduse. C'est l'histoire un peu triste et un peu dégueu d'une jeune femme très belle qui se fait violer par Poséidon dans un temple d'Athéna, et donc la déesse la punit, elle, en la transformant en gorgone. Et on va...
So, she goes in a temple. Poseidon raped her. As an era is like, yeah, fucks a woman, even though it was Poseidon who raped her. But what the hell? How does that even work? How does that make sense? What?
On va pas faire comme si on vivait dans un monde où les femmes ne se font pas stigmatiser si elles se font violer. Bref, autre sujet pour une autre vidéo. Non, puis la mort de merde quoi. Persée avait été recueilli avec sa mère par le roi Polydecte, et c'est lui qui l'envoyait tuer Méduse pour pouvoir violer sa mère en son absence.
What the... You know what, ok.
Persée reçut de la part d'Athéna un bouclier dont l'intérieur était réfléchissant, et en voulant l'attaquer, Persée retourna son bouclier et Méduse se pétrifia elle-même en se voyant. Persée lui trancha la tête et s'en servit pour pétrifier Polydecte en rentrant à Séryphos. Une fin triste pour un personnage triste. Mais on peut se consoler en se rappelant qu'elle avait d'abord été fécondée par Poséidon et que de son buste décapité sortit le fruit de ce viol, Pégase. Voilà. Maintenant, quand vous verrez un cheval ailé, vous saurez que l'un des premiers vient du meurtre d'une victime de viol maudite par une déesse jalouse. Bref, voilà qui conclut ce point culture sur 20 différentes créatures de...
We'll be living watching something else, I don't know what. We'll watch something else. I don't know what we'll watch, but we'll watch something else, that's for sure. So I think it was shit. Well, why doesn't it work? And it, yeah, fuck this. I'm not trying. What? I haven't seen the chat for a while. Nothing's new. Damn, there is one person. 100. Damn, nearly 2 hours. I mean, again, this live is going on until 6 a.m. So, yeah. You might always sub. Then you can private the English videos for the countries of friends. That would be actually very smart. I'll keep that idea in my mind. Thank you. Just speculation. Damn, I don't even know how to speak now. Hmm. You know what's? I feel like some of the way you watch those. What? 1 hour, bro. Even my life is even longer, so I don't know why I'm fucking criticizing. I shouldn't be speaking right now. You know what? Come on, some Gucci Center videos.
With the 2.0 scourging and multiplying its way across a dinosaur park and beyond, a call was put out to stop this monstrosity. Over 1,600 genetic...
I'm still angry about the fact that I fucking made an hybrid. It wasn't even shown. They didn't explain why it sucked. I'm angry.
Geneticists and engineers answered, amongst the myriad of fantastic creations.
But those are more pretty beautiful than mine. Than the one I did. This one though, like mine was better drawn.
Less than 1% could make it into the top 16. And these 4 squads of 4, the cream of the crop, now stand their final tests. Now, just a refresher on the rules here. While we are putting these hybrids against each other in the competition, they aren't getting pitted against each other in an actual fight. You can think of this top 16 like a squad sent against the 2.0 horde.
Oh.
There is no question that each of them has the capability to kill an Indominus 2.0 in a head-to-head fight given the right circumstances, with either strategy, luck, or raw power.
Exactly.
The question will be answering who would have the best odds in that head-to-head fight against our monstrosity. All of the contestants will be pitted against a healthy adult 2.0 on neutral flat ground with more than enough space to maneuver. No setup, no ambushes, no tools, no advantages. A fair and square fight. The evaluation method was discussed in a previous video, but to recap, the aspects taken into account will be the following. Criteria number 1, which of these two is capable of bringing down the 2.0 in less time? Taking a larger percentage of the evaluation score is number 2. What will the health condition be after the fight is over? Will the hybrid remain unscathed, or will it be critically injured, or will it die after the fight? The next criteria, and less heavy to the evaluation score, is number 3. What is the likelihood of this animal being outsmarted in the fight? Finally, number 4, and the one that carries the most weight in the final evaluation score. How many fights out of 10 would the hybrid win against the 2.0?
Makes sense.
With this in mind, and with our aces lined up, now we begin to decide who is the champion. Matchup number 1. In our first matchup, we have the greatest of our flying hybrids contrasted with one who arguably comes the closest to battling like their opponent. The differences between Vega and the 2.0 are mostly measured in increments rather than stark contrast. Essentially, everything it can do, its opponent can do to some degree or another, and vice versa. If the only deciding factor was who would take the least amount of damage dispatching a 2.0, the Valkyrie actually would come out victorious with far less damage. Relying on long distance, long-reach peck attacks, and dive bomb maneuvers, it could inflict lethal damage on even the 2.0 if it lands enough headshots. A beak that big, with that much force behind it, at this size can rupture bone and cause lethal brain damage. However, it is a glass cannon. It can certainly win without taking any major hits in return, but if the 2.0 manages to grab its aerial adversary, or not get back enough that it can get off a charge and tackle, it'll be curtains for the Valkyrie of Valhalla. Basically, Valkyrie would win if and only if it doesn't let the Indom land any hits in return. And that's unlikely given our scenario rules. A fight between the 2.0 and Predator Rex would be a slugfest, and no matter who wins, they might walk away with potentially lethal wounds. However, Predator Rex can stay in the fight a lot longer because of its sturdier build, greater weight, and armor. Together, these two would be nearly unstoppable, but only one can continue on to the next round. Vega continues forth, with Valkyrie taking the first honored spot as a valuable ally in this conflict. Matchup number 2. Sometimes some of the best offense starts with superb defense, and these two embody that spectacularly. Gigantotherium has a greater advantage in reach, however, and maneuverability. Being able to operate partially on two legs, it'll be able to turn and reposition a lot faster than its
primate DNA makes it even smarter, like possibly even as smart as humans, as early humans. So.
quadrupedal companion combatant. Ferropelta, meanwhile, doubles down on defense and would fight chiefly by having the 2.0 come to it. In a contest fought in the wilds, the 2.0 might be able to completely avoid the slower armored dinosaur by just staying out of reach, using projectiles in some limited capacity, or simply outrunning it. However, this is not a hunt in the wilds. This is a fight to the death in a set space with no tools. And when your best offense is your defense, whoever's defense falters first loses first. With that in mind, Gigantotherium absolutely does have superior offensive abilities, but it does come at the cost of its own protection. It's not fast enough to easily chase down the 2.0, so it would be forced to be reactive in its attacks. And while greater reach certainly can help, it's against an opponent that is more agile and capable of dodging and maneuvering quite quickly. It would still be a deadly opponent, and might take down just as many 2.0 that can take it out, but its armor is less extensive on the face, neck, and artery-rich areas like the joints. Ferropelta, meanwhile, would be taking far more hits, but it can afford to do so. Being low to the ground with a wide body and extending armor, flipping it over would be drastically harder to do versus the long-legged InGen Ankylosaurus. Surprisingly enough, one of its best assets might actually be its jaws. With the 2.0 wisely trying to avoid the tail, most of its attacks would have to be directed at the face. And while it might be nimble enough to dodge slower charges and horn stabs, its feet and hands would be in grappling
Ceratopsian Zeke are really powerful, so that's surprising here.
range by that sharp beak. Ceratopsian dinosaurs have the strongest bites of any herbivore to ever live on land. Seizing hold of a limb would prove a viable strategy to follow up with a charging rush or slowing down the 2.0 enough to whirl around for a tail strike. Gigantotherium definitely brings better offensive options to the table for the coming conflict, but the literally ironclad defense of its comrade carries Ferropelta into round 2. Matchup number 3. These
the king of theropods,
two would have completely different combat strategies on confronting the two.
Full offense, probably like Rex DNA, so rushing bites and all, and probably a sauropod.
2.0. The Theropod King would be able to end the fight a lot quicker thanks to greatly enhanced agility and maneuverability, hitting a sweet spot of
that thing is like 4 meters and something, so like, damn, bro.
Size and speed to not be at a deficit for either. If it can seize the 2.0 by the neck, its powerful bite and shredding teeth could potentially open up the throat even with its foe's armor. However, Theropod Rex would be hoping for a quick victory in this comparison. If it turns into a more dragged out fight, or if it starts taking hits, its chances are going to diminish. By comparison, the armored Titan is practically
fucking armored sauropod.
built.
That's the ultimate
For such an endurance match, taking arguably the most powerful land animal to ever live.
Ain't no way there's Argentinosaurus in it. Yeah, I think. I don't think I need to say anything. Like, I don't need to say anything. Because the live going. Hello, Central American purple team. Let's see what you look for. What? Also, if you would like to see what I look like, then look up Crusade Worshippers Century. Okay, I'll look this up after the live, which the 3 hours. I mean, so yeah. Anyway,
Another sauropod with superb reach, and giving it armor means it can take hit after hit without risking any shots to the vitals. It might wind up slashed, bitten, and bloodied, but it could weather the storm long enough to get a retaliation hit in and secure victory. While it may even be outsmarted by the 2.0 in many cases, the fact
Bro, what is it that we're going to eat? Where is our stab going to be? Where?
that this hybrid would secure more victories regardless of being not as smart as the 2.0, and it being in better physical shape after said victories, this will be certainly helpful in advancing to the next round. Theropod Rex strikes hard, but bats a lower average than its larger.
I will say it till the end of the video. I'm angry that my fucking hybrid didn't make it. It took me 2 hours to make it, bro. Wait, not 2 hours. In a few days, like weeks, bro. For nothing. I'm sad. I'm crying.
Counterpart and will be kept in reserve. The simple but effective armored titan shifts into the next round. Matchup number 4. Despite drastically different body types, these two armored herbivores arguably have similar strategies. Being reinforced and large enough to endure a fight, they are built to exploit potentially
with sauropod again.
Lethal assets to get a retaliation blow against their opponent. Ceratops has a potential one-shot kill ability if it gets a solid gore attack with those horns.
I think they got the height wrong, bro. Like, it's not 16 meters in height. It's not. It's bugging that, bro. It's not, but damn.
Most types of body armor that still allow for flexibility, like what the 2.0 has, are still vulnerable to large, piercing attacks. And with horns even bigger than Triceratops' infamous arsenal, landing a hit like that is going to rend and rupture no matter what it strikes. That said, however, this armored horn head would need to be reactive instead of proactive. It can't waste stamina chasing down its faster opponent with a charge. This means it would be best suited to stand its ground and fence and lunge against the 2.0 instead of a full
Triceratops's agility, which are pretty high, especially with Triceratops, it actually makes sense.
Frontal charge.
Stay in defense.
Mundosaurus, meanwhile, exchanges some of that maneuverability and directional attacks for reach. That tail tipped in a club taken from another sauropod is a near perfect addition for congruency, on top of the stocky Apatosaurus-like body. While it would only be lethal in one lucky shot with a direct hit to the face, it would still bludgeon muscle and break bone on impact if it landed a blow across the ribcage or legs of its opponent. Its long reach also means attacking from anywhere but the front puts the 2.0 in striking range for the Munda first, before the 2.0 can even get an attack off on its own. Similar to the Valkyopteryx, instances where the Mundosaurus was victorious would probably result in less injuries on it, since it would be able to kill off the 2.0 before it could get hurt itself. However, if the 2.0 can close the distance and either climb on top of its foe or attack from the front, it would stand substantially better odds. The Munda would still be able to eke out wins even in that disadvantageous position, but its counterpart, meanwhile, is much better defended, lower to the ground with more coverage.
I mean, Ceratopsians literally evolved to counter Tyrannosaurus. So, yeah, like, when your rival is a T-Rex, which has a base force that can go up to fucking 80,000 newtons, and has super agility, yeah, makes sense you're OP, like, so yeah, Ceratopsians are just built different.
For its armor, a thick frill shield to protect the neck, and still being light enough to throw its weight around to try and dislodge an attacker. Ceratops would get its opportunities to line up that lethal strike more effectively. Not to mention that the horned giant isn't the most stupid either. Augmentations to this creature's brain means that this fella leverages its own defensive play with finesse.
Pretty smart, damn. That's actually pretty smart.
And is less likely to make miscalculations when attacking. In a very close call, the armored hornhead proceeds past its cohort that remains on call for backup.
So guy that made this really thought this through. Like I did. but I didn't pass. Anyway.
Matchup number 5. Both of these resilient combatants can go the distance against their opponent.
So
how they do it will...
Okay, so I was going to say becauce. No, fucking sauropod again.
Be the deciding factor.
Again.
Arctosaurus lacks any major...
What the fuck is that thing? Bro, it's looked like the devil drew from Monster Hunter.
Critical weak spots aside from the underside of the throat, which would be hard to access considering its lower stance and center of gravity compared to its opponent. Additionally, its lighter weight means it'll be plenty agile enough to keep its business end pointed squarely at the 2.0. Outflanking it will be extremely difficult for its opponent.
So it's even agile, of course.
As soon as either gets in range of each other, it would be a bloody mess of gnashing teeth and claws once they get a hold of each other. Atherotitan, meanwhile, is probably the slowest animal in the whole competition, thanks to both its sheer size and extensive armor. That does, however, mean that it is also one of the hardest animals to actually meaningfully damage. Short of climbing on its back, which is risky business because it's not gonna just stand still and let itself get scaled Shadow of the Colossus style. There isn't really much important an opponent the size of the 2.0 can reach. The sauropod, however, only needs one good hit to make the fight count. In a protracted battle in the jungles, it might find itself in a big disadvantage if the 2.0 could try and ambush it time and time again before retreating under cover. The same kind of conditions wouldn't inhibit Arctosaurus, who would rely on rushing the other hybrid and getting inside its reach to maul it. However, this matchup, in a setting with neutral ground, it's not as much of the matter of who can win the fastest, but who can be left standing the most after they win. Arctosaurus could stand victorious, but it would be heavily mauled in the effort. Atherotitan, meanwhile, has a shot at winning the battle of attrition by staying in the fight long enough to land the hit it needs. For that, it proceeds on as the best frontline option, with its counterpart best serving as an ambushing backup against the 2.0. Quick parenthesis here. You may have noticed that we're purposefully hiding some of the specifics of the evaluation methods on screen. That's because we aren't going to let you guys in on spoiling the entire tournament just yet.
Cool.
Just stay put and we'll reveal the specifics at the end of the tournament. Matchup number 6. Moving on to the next round.
Spinobinator is the spined hunter. What the hell?
This round...
It's Latin, and I know a bit of Latin, that's why I know what the names mean. So if you ask, if you are wondering, we'll check out on the chat real quick. Oh, hi, Louisiade. Hi, Kieran Petri. Size doesn't matter. What does that mean? Are you compensating for something else, or you know what? Never mind, bro. I'm just joking. Anyway,
was actually one of the closest in the top 16. Spinovenator, aka Akira, relies almost entirely.
Where is the spine? What is the fucking spine? Where is it? That's the spine?
On speed and agility, but is still big enough and has lethal enough weapons to take a hit or two.
Beautiful art, dude.
And get that critical strike it needs to win. Yamabrontorax, aka Gilgamesh, is an armored tank, but one with surprising amounts of agility and maneuverability to put some speed behind that power. Both of these hybrids are very well defended, one with armor to take hits, and the other with agility to dodge hits. Akira would have a way towards a clean victory, whilst avoiding most chances of retaliation blows from its opponents, getting it by the back of the neck and attacking the flanks or spine where it is hard to reach. Biting into it can prove
that thing's that big. Damn.
A surprisingly nasty strategy, as it might result in a bundle of quills getting jammed into the 2.0's mouth. However, that kind of defense does mean that Akira is still put at risk of a nasty injury.
Yeah, because it looks really light, but they're only 6 tons. One bite and it's over.
It certainly is well defended, but its counterpart Gilgamesh would be able to weather hits much more easily. And unlike most of the other armored hybrids, Gilgamesh does still have some predatory weaponry of its own.
Yes,
With
sir.
its powerful jaws and sharp teeth, it can use in tandem with sheer size and its spiny defense, allowing it to win a matchup with
my
the
God,
2.0 quickly
it's
with a
long.
swift trample and bite combo. For now, Akira will be kept on call for the critical role of dispatching the faster, younger 2.0 packs before they have a chance to grow in size or number. Out
Yeah.
of the final 16, Akira is the best at this task.
True.
Gilgamesh, meanwhile, proceeds on to the next round to fight the big ones. Matchup number 7. Both of these hybrids are heavily armored and would take a lot of abuse to finally get brought down. Lucano Venator steps into the fray with somewhat less defense in
Yes,
exchange for great
I think it's a pro sword pod with that posture, you know. Really small pods from the tries, it kind of look like that.
reactivity and agility, whereas its counterpart Armatus Gigantus instead maximizes raw size and defense. Of the two, Armatus Gigantus would be the one taking the most damage in most of the scenarios it comes out victorious.
Wait,
Its
what?
armor is
Oh, was it Zil? Anyway.
not entirely extensive across the whole body. However, that body is nothing to sneeze at either. It would be slow, it would have a hard time landing a hit in some situations, but it only needs to hit once. Even a glancing strike from the tail would mean the 2.0 just had multiple times its own weight smashing into it. If that doesn't kill, it would at the very least disable long enough for a follow-up stomp. And because Armatus Gigantus doesn't have extensively bulky armor, it would be able to land those hits more easily than if it was completely covered in spikes and plates. Venom doses from the 2.0 would also be staved off thanks to sheer size and a powerful immune system. Lucano Venator, meanwhile, would be substantially more reactive and able to brawl more effectively than its counterpart. What it might
It's a biped, so makes sense.
lack in seemingly lethal claw and bite attacks, it makes up for with speed and lateral armor that can stab and rend. Grappling it or wrestling with it carries a hefty risk of a saw-bladed tail swipe, and the lucky shot to the head or neck could be a death blow right out the gate. Deciding between the
No, the every damage could do that. Yeah, I'm going to be annoying about that. About Cyber that it took almost a month to make and it wasn't even mentioned. Like even the honorable mention wasn't. I'm just going to be annoying about that. I am.
These two is tricky. Despite the size difference, Lucano Venator would have actually done better against the 2.0 in a confined space like a forest. However, evaluating that fairly would be impossible because this competition needs neutral ground. Because the tank of its team would survive more close-up battles, Lucano Venator will be kept in reserve for deployments against 2.0s in jungle environments, as its colossally titanic ally proceeds on. Matchup number 8. This round was one of the
Annex. Wait, what does Annex mean again? Therium means beast. Monstrous so the monstrous beast or something like that. Annex with what? Wait, what does annex mean? Damn it, I forgot. I knew like that.
Hardest ones to call. Both of these hybrids are powerhouse brawlers that can hit hard and take hits while still having plenty of dexterity. Nemifaganex has some of the most devastating weapons in the top 16, including one of, if not the most powerful.
There is sharp DNA in that thing. There has to be. There has to be. I'm sorry, that thing has to have sharp DNA.
Fight amongst the roster, and with its stocky frame and powerful build, it would be able to weather a lot of abuse while landing these critical bites in the midst of a brawl. Its counterpart, Monstrotherium, trades some offense for more armored defense, while still having plenty of capability.
So it has probably primate DNA, so that means it's pretty smart because it can use tools. So if you use a original creator, image, art, beautiful art again, beautiful, really beautiful.
For brawling all on its own. A fight with either of these two pitted against a 2.0 would be a bloody, messy affair. If one of the sides didn't get a critical hit right out the gate.
Damn, those teeth, damn, that's Talacolio things. I know way too much about fossils, like I saw one thing that looked like was like a recognized thing. I just love paleontology.
With a bite to the throat. Both teammates are capable of grappling and following up with a devastating hit, while also not being so extremely heavy that they would be cumbersome. Based on raw stats such as weight and distribution, the 2.0 is still more agile than either of them. But the gap wouldn't be insurmountable with their own dexterity and great reach. While we determined that Nemi would actually kill faster given its greater bite capabilities, dexterity, and speed, and both hybrids' genetic contributors allowed it to be relatively equal in terms of smarts, the deciding factor came down to the type of...
Damn it. So wait, what was there?
The contributors allowed it to be relatively equal in terms of smarts, the deciding factor.
I knew it looked like a fucking shark. I knew it. Damn, the Noscus, like it's like you literally got three, like the strongest bite force of any land predators. Arguably the strongest bite force of any predators, and the strongest bite force of any crocodiles. Like, bro was like, if you ask this guy's hybrid, how hard can it bite? The answer is like, yes. Like, you don't need all of that. Like, really, bro, you don't need it. And of course, Northern Troll, they're true because metal teeth. Like, this wasn't strong enough. You put metal teeth on it. It was too weak.
Factor came down to the type of armor and health after the brawl. In this specific evaluation round, this is determined by both criteria 2 and 4. While the crocodilian contributors on both the 2.0 and Nemi are very resistant to different forms of damage, the curved and thick claw shape of Allosaurus annex, previously referred to as Sauropod.
Yeah, my bro became a sauropod, like, they did him dirty.
Fuganex is actually one of the most effective rending claw shapes in the animal kingdom. If backed up by sufficient force, this shape could pierce even the thickest hides, bolstered further by iron deposits present in both of these animals. This means that this matchup, 2.0 versus Nemi, will be a bloody mess regardless of who wins. Its health will be affected more. An attempt to mitigate this was the addition of alligator DNA. Animal
So this man put strong bite forces, powerful claws. Oh my god, even Dino Pittig, bro, like it's perfect for offense. Super duper strong bite force, strong arms. Like, this thing is perfect offense. Like, I'm sorry, you cannot stop that thing.
that are known to reduce blood flow to injured limbs. This works to some degree, but not so well in the midst of combat. Depriving a limb from blood flow during use will end up working against both of these hybrids regardless, unable to carry oxygen to the muscle and take away lactic acid and carbon dioxide. Either you bleed and try to end the fight as quickly as you can, or mitigate blood loss and fight with a less functional limb. Monstro, on the other hand, is clad in armor that is more resistant to this certain type of weapon. Keratin scale armor from the pangolin bolstered with iron. While slower and more sluggish than Nemi, this armor would allow Monstro to stay in the fight longer while fending off claw damage that would otherwise hurt Nemi more often. Tanking damage better with an effective immune system, a robust build, and lower center of gravity than its counterpart, we found that this creature would likely pull more wins. Granted, in a longer time, but also remain in a healthier state after each victory. It is a shame to see a formidable hybrid like Nemi be left behind.
Yeah, like, bro, it was the perfect offense, but it just didn't have the defenses, sadly.
This early, but he will be kept in reserve as the heavy assault striker to act as backup for the rest of the squad advancing to the next round. And with the conclusion of the first round, we can now eagerly anticipate what the results of the next contest of these aces will be. Keep in mind, the results of any of these comparisons could have wound up the other way had the random drawing selected differently. So, be sure to congratulate those not proceeding on as we prepare for round 2 to narrow down the results and find out who among this now final 8 will continue closer to determining the champion of the first Great Hybrid War.
I mean, again, I'm sad that my hybrid didn't make it. Yeah, I really did it until the end of this video. I'm gonna make a video to take my revenge. Hey, it's coming. I mean, that didn't make the text yet, but it's coming. It's in my head. Trust me. I could use it for that. It's coming. For also, always have to mention that. Fucking 3 a.m. here. Who is spamming all those emojis? Wait, what? XP. I want these dinosaurs, but for real. Same here. 4 stream in 1 day. Yeah, but don't worry, I can take it. If you had to rank Jurassic, how would you rank them? That's a good question. I may do a trailer just right after I finished with all that. XP, okay. Good idea of how you can gain profit to fund this and it's by creating another channel which you can play. Oh my god, that's actually fucking smart. You're evil, bro. That's actually fucking smart. That's smart. It's evil genius smart. This is you rare for his streams if you yeah, don't forget. Don't forget, I mean, I had to make the joke. 3 players, the time codes. Oh, I have this. Oh, I have ADHD too, bro. Feeling you here. I also have autism. Yeah. Oh, right there. It's like 3 a.m. and 49 minutes. Yeah. Anyway, say your tier list. Damn, 9 p.m. Anyway, so we said tier list, right? Maybe something. No, not dinosaurs. The movies, bro. I just want the movies. Yes. Okay, so first of all, I think like it's just fair. The first one, the first movie is peak fiction. The second one, it's I mean the second one like it's like I don't know. I must it's SEO idea because it has like great introduction and all of that, but I feel like there I don't know, like how can I say like you see the flaws of the movie more quickly than the first one. Like I mean it's still great. So I'm going to put it in A tier. Although like it's close to be like S tier. Jurassic Park 2, I mean there are many errors in the plot, like how did the raptors find the humans at the end of the movie? Like did they have the tracer or something? And many paleontology inaccuracies, so but it has the Spinosaurus. So B tier. Jurassic World. I mean, it's not great. Um, there are many, but like at the same time, you put so much hate into it, like that when you watch it, you're like, it's not as bad as people see it is. You're like, it's not good, but it's not bad. So probably like in BTO, I mean it's because it's kind of the same rank as Jurassic Park. It has many flaws, but it has some qualities. So I think it's fair enough. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. I don't know. I mean, it has. I mean, it doesn't really have. I mean, it doesn't have like flaws, like obvious flaws, but it doesn't have any really good qualities. So I don't know. Like, I mean, it's really like not bad. It doesn't have flaws again, but like it's not good either. Like I don't know. So and, and this, yeah, I don't need to explain why shitty movie fan service. Like, how dare you bring back Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler for this shit? How dare you? Yeah, that's what's fine with this chat. That's it. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, bro, what? You know what? I'm not even going to say anything. Hmm. Oh, I have an idea. Wait, no, because nobody will get them. Wait, no bad idea. Never mind. I have way too much subscriptions. Damn. Da, da, da. I have so much shit to watch, but then same time I don't know. I have no secret. I hate when you have that feeling when you have 2,000 things with you. Like there is nothing to do. Stucky.
Hello my friends, Takuya here, and welcome back to another alternate history Hearts of Iron 4 video. Yes, I am back my friends, and we are jumping into things here. Before it is that we begin today's episode, I just really wanted to thank all of you who commented in my previous video showing support, including the one person who even threatened to unsubscribe if it is that I went and apologized one more time because it means I'm not actually taking care of my mental health or my family. Strange tactic you had there, my friend, but thank you. I probably needed to hear that. On top of that, all of the super thanks that I've received, really thank you, all of you. But here we are once again going and trying to create an alternate history scenario that is based off your suggestions that you give in the comments. If you want your suggestion to be in the next video, make sure to put that in the comment section of this video so I can take your suggestions and put that into a poll. In this case, the one that the overwhelming lot of you voted on is what if Mexico had acted on the Zimmerman telegram, which is not exactly the full question. A lot of you actually have been asking Zimmerman telegram questions. This is actually one of the most popular suggestions dealing with World War I history that people have.
some possible history comes in here. I see. Well, now I know what we're going to watch after that.
What if Mexico joined World War I on the side of the Central Powers because of the Zimmerman telegram? Well, the short answer is they would have been absolutely crushed. That is, there's no way in hell, considering the Mexican Revolution and everything that was going on, that Mexico would have been able to do this. It makes absolutely no sense. And I really do appreciate that you all understand that, because even the scenarios here, what if the Zimmerman telegram was A, not intercepted, or B, Mexico was in strong enough position to actually make it feasible and was accepted? Good. I really do love how you all are understanding how it is that I go and create these scenarios in the first place, because it's not enough that we ask ourselves, oh, what if X happened? A lot of things have to happen prior to something in order for a scenario to be different or change.
True.
Yeah, you could change the outcome of one battle fairly easily, but for a overall scenario to change rapidly, you need a lot more things to happen. And in the Great War Redux mod, the mod that recreates World War I for Hearts of Iron, which is an extremely innovative and good mod, but highly restrictive, Mexico is not exactly what we would call in a very strong position. Ruled by the Porfiriato under General Porfirio Diaz, with the haciendas having control of much of the countryside under noble elites, the Cadillo loyalty being questionable because the military isn't exactly what you would call, well, loyal, and an army that is extremely incompetent. This is, none of these things are good. Mexico truly started.
They're really in civil war, right? Or either ways, like, starts in a few years.
It's 1910 in an absolutely horrible position, and very quickly after the game begins, the Mexican Revolution starts, which would go on not for just like 1 or 2 years, it would go all the way until basically, what, like 1919, or depending on how you want to look at it, going into the early 1920s. Starting the game with only 2 factories, which are civilian, meaning we don't even have the ability to produce any military equipment ourselves, that is something that would not...
At least you have plural, so like you have multiple, so it's many. Always got to see the positive in things.
Not change very much over the course of a normal game. Mexico is not in any kind of position to be able to compete militarily. It's not in any position to compete economically, politically, anything with the United States, meaning the Zimmerman telegram from the very get-go is a laughable thing. So how do we change that? Well, my friends, it starts with the rule of the current president, Porfirio Diaz, the gentleman dictator. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand about Porfirio Diaz. He was, for all intents and purposes, a modernizer of Mexico, while at the same time, he was a dictator who ruled things with an iron fist in a way that was, well, very unwelcome by the local population, we will say. Like, this guy would rule Mexico for 26 straight years. He wasn't just a simple president for a 4 or 6 year term. No, he ruled the country. He basically destroyed any kind of local and regional leadership until the majority of public employees did not answer to local authorities, they answered to him directly. Despite all this, he won the support of the local elite.
It's a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. And I don't want to get political because the internet and all.
By basically laying off all of their haciendas on their big private ranches and letting them pretty much operate however it is that they wanted. But most importantly, as a modernizer, when he first came into power, Mexico was in debt with really no cash reserves or anything like that. So what it is that he did in order to try and modernize the state and bring about industry is he opened up the country to foreign investment, and he gave such good terms that money started flowing in to build factories, railroads, and so much more, but the terms were so generous to foreigners that it ended up leading to a lot of suffering among local workers, laborers. The general economy didn't exactly take off, as the majority of the wealth that was produced was hoarded in the hands of the elite as well as foreign investors. The local population didn't really hardly get anything. That is one of the key driving factors behind why the Mexican Revolution takes place in the first place, is the suffering of the population. So what we need to assume from this time is that his policies, though they greatly cause a lot of suffering, are simultaneously more successful than they were in our own time, that they produce a lot more in the way of industry. Mexico, after all, has a lot of untapped wealth, so that we can say that more infrastructure was developed in parts of the country, increasing the amount of resources that are able to be brought to market. Of course, the majority of this development is going to be specifically within the capital, as this is going to be the primary power base of Diaz, and we will say at the same time that more industrial developments take place. Does that change anything with Mexican technology? No, it's going to be behind pretty much all the other European powers naturally from this time. But we can say tech-wise that it will likely have slightly better industry than it did in our own time. Focus-wise, we technically have 1 day in here, and we don't want to exactly lose that, so we are going to say that the first course of action is that heading into 1910, the Mexican political sphere is opened. As our nation grapples with modernity, it becomes imperative that we open our political sphere to new ideas and movements. This will ensure more vibrant, robust, and responsive governance. We can even say that even with the greater economy that Mexico is going to have in this time, that it's going to give more class consciousness to people, that more people with more wealth are going to want greater degrees of authority within the government, and with the centralized dictatorship that Porfirio Diaz has created, this is not exactly something that is well received. But still, in comparison to the 2 factories that we would have had in the beginning, now instead Mexico has 11. So instead of 0 military factories, Mexico does not have necessarily a large military industry, but for the purpose of supporting the regime, more military factories are produced in order to be able to produce equipment locally instead of buying it from the French, from the United States, from the Germans, etc., like historically happened in our own time.
I don't see what's wrong with buying from the French, but I'm just saying.
They still do buy it, yes, but more equipment is produced locally. Right over here, you can even see a ticking time bomb for the lead up to the Mexican Revolution, which, technically speaking, if we cheated, we could avoid. I have tried every single thing possible in playtesting through this to see if there's a way to not let this happen, but the Mexican Revolution is guaranteed, and pretty much no matter what it is you do from the beginning, there's nothing to get rid of these horrible effects for us to assume that Diaz stays in power. So we're not going to be running with that story. No, instead, while it is that we wait for the event to pop up after Mexican political sphere, we're going to need to go ahead and complete a number of focuses. We're not going to assume that the Mexican army is necessarily completely reformed in this time. We're not going to say that Mexico has automatically taken a position and has already sided with Germany or anything like that. The big thing that has to be done, not politically, not naval, not army, not anything, is simple economics, and the early industrialization of Mexico is already done. To that end, focused on autocomplete is on, early industrialization has taken place, there have been a number of rural reforms already, the backbone of Mexico lies in the rural heartlands, it's time to implement comprehensive reforms to modernize agriculture, improve living standards, and empower our peasant communities. Now normally looking...
Again, I don't think I have to say it, but go check the channel that I'm watching in this live. Go do that if you didn't watch it before. Because you probably appreciate it. You probably like the videos and also do that. Don't forget. I'm just saying it because I feel like I had to say it.
Looking at this, you would assume that, oh, this doesn't happen until after the Mexican Revolution because that's one of the key things that would end up driving it. But we can say that the reforms were done, if only half-heartedly, or not to as large of a degree as people actually wanted. New roads would have been constructed. Massive investments would have been put into the country, and the resources of Mexico would be extracted and sold off, which would be one of the things that, yes, would bring in wealth, but simultaneously would piss off a lot of the local peasants. While, of course, the greatest amount of development still being within the capital, the wealth that is created is not going to be distributed evenly. That is something that is going to create many, many more problems. And so, yeah, with basically the entire industrial focus tree out of the way, we can finally really properly begin. With a greater economy backing it, as well as a strong-ish political state, it would make sense that the army would finally undergo a degree of modernization and reform. The strength of Mexico is measured by the might of its army. Let us assess the strength of our forces, identifying areas of strength to build upon and weaknesses to address, ensuring a formidable and resilient military. Mexican political situation. Mexico is benefiting from a calm political situation led by the PNP since 1 a.m. 10th of July 1904, the last elections. The authoritarianism is in a strong position in the country and ranks as a regional power, but if government position is intended to be firm, it is not impossible that the situation could degenerate due to the growing tension between the Entente and the Central Powers. Well, we can say that yeah, we're absolutely fine, or the opposition is very active recently, which, yes, we will say that in this time, despite the reforms and greater amount of wealth that has been created, it is still something that is unevenly distributed and has pissed off a lot of people. Also, I realize at the same time, army reform is taking place, need to go ahead and activate our army reform guy right there and get him going. And so it is, my friends, here we have the Mexican Revolution. Porfirio Diaz was re-elected president, which caused a new wave of unrest across the country. Oppositionist Francisco Madero and his allies called upon the people of Mexico to start an uprising against the dictatorship. The peasant movement, headed by Pancho Villa, joined the uprising. Uprisings occur in new states, and power of Diaz is in balance. The opposition is gaining strength, and if they manage to create an army, then a full-scale civil war will break out in Mexico. All the while this is happening, the military would be rapidly trying to modernize itself, but this is not necessarily something that would succeed in time, we will say, because revolts will continue in Mexico.
I just love this channel because the way it's looking at alternate scenario in OE4 is really unique. So again, go check them out. Go do that. It's great.
Mexico, and revolutionary generals have already formed their own army to repel federal forces. Attempts to calm down the population and carry out agrarian reforms have failed. The situation aggravated when the United States of America decided to support the revolutionaries with weapons. Yes, everything is lost. We could say that, oh, we're going to crush them and try to stop this, but I've actually even ran a playtest in this, and if you try to go and crush them, your army gets completely deleted and you have no military forces, while it is that the rebels get all the military. So with no military factories, you literally can't win. It makes no sense. So yes, everything is lost, and the PND becomes the ruling party, just as it did historically in our own time, and Francisco Madero, the modernizer, the new liberal leader, takes charge, and he will somewhat successfully try to reform the country. I mean, I say this because historically, Madero did actually put in a number of reforms over the course of the early stages of the revolution, until he gets assassinated in 1913, which we're going to say happens also again in this same timeline that we are creating. But we can arguably say that his reforms are more successful. Right now, it's showing the stability as being a 5. We will not let that be the case. We're going to go ahead and add 20 stability and say that the transfer of power was much less messy than it was in our own time, and that Madero is very quickly able to stabilize the country and implement a number of reforms to a greater degree than he was in our own time, in a more intelligent manner. Pisses off less people, we can say. To that end, popular officials are put in a position of power to serve as kind of figureheads, and the people are more mollified than they would be in our own time. While these reforms are taking place, we will assume that the military is naturally going to need to be shored up and potentially even paid off, we will say, because the military is not necessarily going to be in full support of the government in comparison to the more military-oriented government that had already been in power, so more things are going to happen. In this case, buy foreign rifles. To rapidly enhance the firepower of our infantry, we will explore the international market, purchasing foreign rifles known for their reliability and performance. This is all still going to take place. Now, of course, the events that would take place in our own time, such as the Agadir crisis with France and Germany over Morocco and whatnot, all of this is still going to take place just as it did in our own time. None of that is really going to have any effect upon Mexico here, though we can arguably say that Mexico in this time showed maybe somewhat more limited support for Germany. They're probably not going to have any part of it whatsoever, but maybe some more diplomatic overtures were made. Really, by the
Well, it's Mexico.
middle of 1913, everything is the same as it was in our own time. I mean, after all, the Mexican Revolution, even if it goes better for Mexico, is not going to have an effect on the rest of the world. China is still going to fall apart. The Ottomans are still going to have the...
Is Russia invading Korea? Damn, I didn't even know that the invasion happened. Bro, I should learn more about history.
Balkan War, which they're going to lose, and then, of course, the Tsardom of Bulgaria is going to then try and do even more stuff, which doesn't work out well for it. Yep, not well at all. In fact, there's an interesting question. What if Bulgaria had not tried to do the Second Balkan War? What if? If only. If only. What we can really say is that with all this done by the end of 19...
Losses after losses. Yeah. Bulgaria did not have many victories, except when there was the Bulgarian Empire. Anyway.
In 13, what we're going to see in this time is a gradual increase in nationalist sentiment within Mexico. We could say that, oh, we're going to go and support down the liberal side or the socialist side, but it doesn't really make much sense here. What we're talking about for the Zimmerman telegram for that to succeed, we're going to need nationalist regeneration. The time has come to rejuvenate our national spirit. Embracing our heritage and values will inspire a resurgence of patriotism and determination across the United Mexican States. And from that, Madero, just as he was in our own time, is assassinated. A military coup would take place in Mexico City, led by General Victoriano Huerta, the military commander of the city. Madero was arrested and a short time later assassinated along with his vice president, Jose Maria Pino Suarez. Yes, this is going to remove the Mexican Revolution, I guess, from here, and instead we get the military man, Huerta. Now, here's the thing about this guy, my friends. Huerta was actually supported by Germany. Historically, that did happen. There was a whole incident that ended up happening in 1914 at the outbreak of the war where the German government was trying to support the Mexican government here. And there was an initial blockade where the United States tried to stop a shipment of weapons, but because Mexico was neutral and all of this and wasn't really part of it, this wasn't stopped. We can say that even more relations are built up with Germany prior to the war breaking out. More weapon shipments come in. And on top of that, that maybe even Mexican military personnel go to train over in Germany. Maybe that is something that happens in here. Either way, the relationship between these two powers is significantly closer in this time and more successful, because we can say the United States doesn't interfere at all, than it was in our own time. So to that end, approach Germany. Germany appears to be the greatest power on the European continent. It only makes sense we ally them against the Entente, though in this case, we're not going to say that they allied them yet, just a closer relation is established.
Yeah.
And so, my friends, the Great War begins. Now, a number of people are probably going to pause it here from the beginning. They're like, oh, well, what if Mexico just joins in the war? Yeah, it's not going to be able to. The government that is now in charge is not going to be able to.
What is it going to do in Europe? Like, come on. What is it going to do? Like, they attacked the French because, like, they invaded them with the Austrians, like, 100 years ago? Yeah, I mean, not taking less, because it was in the 60s, in the 1860s. Yeah, you get what I mean.
To start a foreign war, which is going to completely destabilize everything with the population. They're absolutely not going to do this. Instead, it would make sense that with additional German industrial advancements that likely would have already taken place, additional investments, as well as more arms being given, that a German military mission is established, and on top of that, that Mexican volunteers end up coming into the war. Not too many necessarily. We can say it's something along the lines of 15 or 20,000. The citizens themselves are going to be able to go, but this is going to be valuable military experience for the Mexican military forces. So all of these things are going to happen, but no, Mexico is not going to join the Central Powers yet. And so yes, foreign expeditions are likely to be allowed. With our enemies prepared to intervene in distant conflicts on behalf of their ideals, we must be ready to do the same for ours. Now, does this mean that the Mexicans are going to make a huge difference in this conflict with, like, 30,000 additional forces that potentially come over? No, not necessarily. Maybe even 30,000 is being very generous. But
Wait, why is there a breakthrough here? Why is there a breakthrough here? Like, what is this? What is this? What is this supposed to be?
additional forces that potentially come over? No, not necessarily. Maybe even 30,000 is being very generous. But gaining valuable military experience, using then militarized police in order to be able to crack down on the population while simultaneously potentially improving the lives of the citizens, as we can hope that Huerta is at least better in this timeline than he was in our own, which is possibly wishful thinking. We can possibly assume that they're going to be sent over to deal with the Russians because, for whatever reason in here, the Germans are doing, oh my god, they're doing so much better than they did historically in our own time. What? Maybe, okay, maybe the Germans in this time had much greater industrial capabilities because they extracted more resources out of Mexico. God, what am I supposed to run with here?
Yes.
Fall of Paris. This wasn't supposed to happen. This is genuinely ruining my story. Oh my god, they actually white pieced France. They actually managed to do that in 1914. What the heck? This wasn't supposed to happen.
What the fuck is this?
Ruins the story that I'm trying to go with here. But I guess thanks to in part additional forces, because you know volunteers were sent. Yeah, those 30,000 men were instrumental through breaking through Verdun. Yep, Mexico goes and joins the Central Powers. Yippee-ki-yay! No, we can't say that. You know, no, because then we won't be able to transport forces across. I can't say that Mexico joins the Central. It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. They wouldn't be able to yet. They still have to just fight for experience. Maybe become basically like mercenaries over here. Yep, with peace established here on the Western Front, it means vastly more forces are able to be sent over to the East in order to be able to crush the Russians, which we're already losing bad.
I see you all in the chat saying, haha, French Rangers, I fucking see you. And to those who write that, go fuck.
Badly in our own timeline, but in this new timeline, oh dear God, the entire collapse of the Russian front is imminent at any given moment. Treaty of London. Italy, Britain, and Russia signed a secret treaty in London. The main lure was to promise large swaths of Austria-Hungary to the north of Italy to the cross east of the Adriatic. Would Italy have even joined in this time? Like, would they have reasonably? I don't think they would have. Dear God, AI, stop being too good. You're messing up my story. I never thought I would actually end up saying something like that. But by the summer of 1915, with peace established peace established in the West, it means that the Russian would begin to collapse rather quickly. In the West, of course, you would have to then deal with the Commune of France that would rise in the aftermath, because with a French defeat, the communists were already somewhat...
The fact that you're trying to make sense out of this bullshit makes it even funnier.
We'll say prominent, or at least the socialist elements. France was very divided in our own time. In the event that the French government loses, it would likely lead to mass socialist elements rising up in the same way that you would see within Russia. By August, potentially entire armies are caught up on the Eastern Front and surrounded and destroyed, or forced to surrender, in turn giving the Germans even more forces to be able to send eastward. Likely at this point, many different British forces with no Western Front to be had at this point would send their forces into Russia in order to be able to try and slow the offensive. This would be an absolutely brutal affair. Of course, Britain would still control the waterways, which means they would be able to send these forces, but it's going to be a much harder position to defend in comparison to the Western Front. Some people may think, oh, Russia's going to immediately collapse then and everything is going to fall apart. No, it will actually still take years of conflict in order for Russia to basically be starved out from the famines that get created through this conflict. We also have to remember that in the event that a conflict actually breaks out in France and a civil war happens, then just as what happened in our own time with forces being sent into Russia in order to be able to support them and try and bring them back into the fight, the British would also be trying to send forces down here to bring the French back into the fight. Yeah. And as a result, yeah, the Russians are still likely to experience a major political shift. The January Revolution still happens in our own time, though this is something that ends up happening a year or so earlier. So instead of like, what, February I think it was? It happens a year earlier in our own time now in January. Over the course of this conflict, Mexico would get exceedingly rich, particularly as additional resources were taken from the locations that, well, Germany would occupy. The German war machine in this time would be near on insatiable. And then finally, by mid-1916, with everything falling apart, it is here then that the Bolshevik coup finally will go and take place. Any Entente forces that would have been located within the West, there simply would have been no ability for them to actually do anything. Everything would have fallen apart here. It would have been, by 1916 in this time, a total victory for the Kaiserreich, meaning Mexico is never actually to fully join the war. Instead, what they simply do is get rich off of the resources that they gain, and that is the end of that. Germany and the Central Powers are victorious. France and her allies will have to pay the prices demanded by the victors in the post-war treaty, and that is the end. Of course, the fighting is still going to be taking place here against the Russians. The United States is likely panicking at this point as...
Normally it's fun, but once the Central Powers wins, there's mods just go with Kaiserreich focus string. Just goes Kaiserreich.
All of the resources they would have given to the French and the United Kingdom will now be going unpaid, making the environment within the United States significantly worse than it was in our own time. There is no great stock market boom followed by crash. It's just a crash. Yeah. Germany at war again, although many wish for a long last peace in Europe. Recent events left the German path on the, the path to war. Again. Yeah. It is really only here then, my friends, that maybe Mexico finally goes and joins the Central Powers. Maybe the Zeman telegram it actually takes place because Germany fears the United States will act rashly in order to be able to regain its lost territories. Occupation of what is this? What do you mean the occupation of Veracruz? I haven't even done anything. Well, that is something that would greatly piss off the Mexican Republic even more. Either way, with Mexico now in the war and able to deploy forces over to the Western Front, it's not going to be many forces necessarily, but Germany will be in a significantly stronger position than they would in our own time. Years of war wasted, millions of lives saved, and on top of that, more importantly, the communist powers that would have existed, that would have been seen as a threat to Germany, are able to actually be crushed. Constitutionalist revolt. Governor Carranza intends to overthrow the military junta of Victoria Huerta. No. Okay. See, this is the problem with the Great War mod, is that every single thing is already like pre-planned out for what is supposed to happen. No, we will say that even with a civil war getting ready to launch, that the rebellion is crushed. How the hell did they get the majority of my forces? Seriously, this is genuinely why I hate this mod. It's such a good mod, but it's so restrictive, and I hate that. There's nothing you can do to actually stop.
After watching so many videos of this game on this mod, yeah, it just will
stop these things. Still, we can say that what is likely to happen is that some
2 times. Yeah, only 2 times.
Kind of conflict is going to break out But Germany, for whatever reason, will not help me in mine. Are you freaking kidding me? What the heck, man? What the heck? Seriously, like Germany, you exist over here.
The game you just eating on this man's scenarios, like
you're not going to do anything about this. I can't call you into this conflict. This is ruining my story. This is ruining the entire story that I've been trying to build here the entire freaking time. You're offering me lemon. Thank you for this. Yeah, really the only thing that we can say is that with additional German support, that instead of the military junta collapsing immediately, that they're actually able to hold off the constitutional army, and that instead of things actually going well for Mexico, like I intended to say, that instead this is drawn out into a very long, very bloody, very awful civil war. As we can arguably say that the Germans would be in no real position to send over volunteers, as they would already be dealing with trying to put down the issues that they would have over here. But still, all that excess military equipment and everything that they don't need anymore, they would gladly sell to the Mexicans. Yeah, I think that in changing too many things in order to make the Zimmerman telegram possible, it actually just made everything significantly worse. We're kind of stuck here. Yep, as 1919 rolls around and the Mexican military junta gradually tries to take control of the country, it's a long, bloody, and brutal civil war. And Germany, besides being able to send over equipment, is in no position to actually be able to send over additional men. In fact, it may be even more brutal because despite Mexico having significantly greater industry and a much stronger military in this time, the U.S., in its desperation, would likely not wish to see a military junta to the south and would likely support the Constitutional Army. Would they have the money to do so? We don't really know. Yes, the conflict is likely to take quite...
the money of the US, the money that they're using comes from the student loans.
Literally years, but eventually, after much brutal, awful experiences, in 1920, the Civil War would finally be over. Does that fix anything for us? No, we still have an incompetent army. We still have questionable. Yeah, it's all over. It's all over. You know what? I can't continue with the story anymore. Over here, it's likely a very punitive expedition. Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me this is about to be something really bad for me. Pershing leads a punitive expedition. The Americans intend to eliminate the leader of the peasant uprising, Pennsylvania, in order to finally rid the borders of the raiders. Buddy, like, what am I supposed to do with this? Pennsylvania captured. Thanks. Well, with that, my friends, we're going to go ahead and end things here today. Yeah, Mexico does not exactly get what it is that it wanted. Dang, I really wish there was a less restrictive mod in this sense, but unfortunately, in order to create the exact circumstances of World War I, you need something...
Damn. Okay, so I'm gonna read that. Live in New Jersey. Have you seen my War ones with I think depends on which one. I'll check I think like so you live in the same state as me. When was I want to see your live reaction. Like mine. Well, goddamn, pretty much. Oh yeah, sure, why not? Do live reaction, no problem. I'll live in the same city. New York. Hello. It's going well. This life has been going for 3 hours. And in Jag Legends Metro Studios, you was interviewed. Yeah, I know. Usually speak after all. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. This life has been going on for way too long. Oh. Let's go, let's go. We're not watching his most recent videos because we'll go watch it yourself. And I already watched it. And even though I already watched it, I like rewatching videos. That's typically what I do. So, here we go.
Today,
Best alternate scenario ever here. There we go. And yeah, I enjoyed it. So I think you'll enjoy it. Just gonna drink water real quick. Jeez. So like,
The unification of Europe feels natural, logical even. The coming together of a continent bound so tightly together by religion and history. Yet, believe it or not, if you told people this would happen a mere 150 years ago in 1750, they would have laughed at you. By that time, Europe was divided between a couple of major powers: Russia, Prussia, Austria, Spain, and most prominently, France and Britain.
yeah,
These nations, and a variety of other powers,
yeah, because those guys are going to die soon. Those guys are on the decline and are pretty much irrelevant. Sweden, well, pretty much irrelevant because Russia, Denmark, Norway, well, irrelevant because Britain is just better. Denmark, Norway, not gonna lie. The Netherlands are pretty recent, and Bavaria, well, yeah, okay, here's the other the southern German state, like there's Austria, so yeah, get out. Portugal, it, it's like it's like a weaker version of Spain because it lost the monopoly over the spice trade because Dutch. Savoy, well, who cares about Savoy? And Naples, well, who cares about Naples? And Venice, well, it's the Austrian controlled, so yeah. Oh yeah, and Saxony. Prussia is just a better Saxony.
continually competed for
So, yeah.
political, militarily, and economic hegemony. And any time it looked like one of these powers might dominate,
Nope.
the others would cooperate to restore balance to the continent.
You balance.
Yet, it looked like the system might be breaking down after the 7 Years' War. Arguably, this was the first truly global conflict, with battles in India, in both of the
I feel like the peace treaty worked too harsh. And no, I'm not saying that because I'm French.
Americas, in Africa, and on all the seas. For years, it looked like the conflict could have gone either way,
Yeah.
especially with Prussia being on the brink of collapse.
Like, bro, like they were losing, and then the Russians were like the new king of Russia, the new Tsar of Russia was like, no, my bad, Russia is full, my bad, bro. Like, no, bro.
Yet, Russia dropping out would save them, while naval victories allowed Britain to seize the French colonial empire. Arguably, this was an upset. For centuries, France had been the dominant European force. But now, Britain was coming dangerously close to a hegemonic position in colonial and commerce affairs. Humiliated, France and Spain would plot their revenge for decades. That revenge would come in North America.
Imagine losing a war with against a colony while putting all of your resources to keep it. Imagine that happening. Just imagine, bro. Just think about it and imagine that happening to a country. Crazy, right? I'm just going to.
Britain now controlled most of the continent. But the 13 colonies were growing upset with British colonial policy, chiefly their leniency towards the Catholic Quebecois and the natives,
What's wrong?
and of course,
Of course, the natives. Of course, because at the time everyone was racist. At the time, I said everyone, yeah, like, I mean, technically the British did make like natives only reserves areas, but I mean, you still took like most of the continent, so like it doesn't really make up for it, bro.
taxation without representation. As a result, the American Revolution broke out, which presented opportunity to the French and the Spanish. The French Navy had been rebuilt to near equal the British one, and just a few lucky naval battles could have put France in a position to strike back, humiliate their rival, and restore their global power. When the American revolutionaries successfully secured control over much of coastal Quebec, Paris joined the conflict, dreaming of invasions of Ireland, India, and the Caribbean. The war was a slog, but it was never in doubt who was going to win. Despite their best efforts, Britain found themselves with no reliable allies, and they were outcompeted by the simple fact that they couldn't be everywhere at once. Even during periods where they had naval superiority, they simply couldn't threaten an invasion of France, while if France got the chance, they absolutely could threaten Britain. This allowed the French to have more ships in overseas regions, which Britain just couldn't match. Then, in the final year of the conflict, twin victories were achieved by the coalition. A British attempt at resupplying Yorktown was thwarted by French ships, leading to the capture of many British soldiers and a practical end to the North American theater. But perhaps more importantly, in the Caribbean, France and Spain were plotting an invasion of Jamaica, an island which by itself had more economic value than all of the 13 colonies. A decisive victory at the Battle of the Saints put the British Caribbean fleet out of...
Again, go watch, I mean, probably know the channel, but just in case, go check this amazing channel, just in case you don't know it. Even though you probably do, because you probably like alternate history, so yeah.
Commission. Not long after, the valuable island was officially occupied by Spain, while in Europe, the British outposts of Gibraltar and Minorca were captured too. London was left with no other option but to capitulate. Now, considering the situation and the fact that France was now in a position to threaten a full-scale invasion, the terms were relatively lenient. Their position now unholdable, nearly all of Canada was ceded to the Americans, with the
I mean, all of it, like, but that's too harsh. Like, let them keep like this area, like, and the yeah, and the natives, like, bro, the natives, no, yeah, bro, you shouldn't have done that, bro. Like, it's British, like, you should have kept like, you push the thing, like, do something like that, like that, and like it did, like, you know, the only thing that the Americans gain is like everything was to this river that goes down here. Yeah, should have been better.
exception
Because now the natives
of Newfoundland, which was valuable for its fisheries.
No.
Britain considered also attempting to keep the Hudson Bay territory,
Yeah, like, come on, bro.
but they realized the Americans had no problem just taking it later, and thus it was more valuable to avoid having a border with the new state altogether.
Like, it's natives, bro.
In India, the French managed a return to their sphere in the south, thereby competing with the
That is good. That is good.
British in the north. Finally, in the Caribbean, Britain lost Florida
The only bad thing in this timeline is that he was so big, even bigger than in our timeline. That's the only bad thing of this timeline.
Jamaica, Central America, and several minor but very valuable islands.
Again, totally objectively, totally not because I'm French. This is the best alternate history scenario I have ever seen.
The tables had again turned, as the sun was already setting on the British Empire. Now on the surface, this all sounds like a massive French victory. But there was one issue. It was simply too late. Ever since the wars of Louis XIV, the nation had been in
Get rid of the monarchy, and that's good. Just fuck the monarchy.
debt. And
Except for Louis XIV, the goat, the only good king of France in the kingdom of France of the early modern era, of course, like 1700.
even during peacetime, paying it off proved too difficult of a task.
Or, anyway, you get what I mean.
Now, the American Revolution had doubled this debt again. Simply put, the nation was going bankrupt. Yes, the new colonies were profitable, but not enough to restore a balanced budget in the short term. Combine that with a famine in 1788, and King Louis XVI felt forced to call a gathering of the Estates General, with the main agenda point: how do we balance this budget? As you will know, it was a total disaster.
Imagine losing your head, lmao.
Despite making up 3% of the population, the clergy and nobility, the First and the Second Estate, got 66% of the votes. Of course, this was an outrage to the Third Estate, which was not only more numerous, but due to the development of commerce, colonies, craftsmen and cities, also more wealthy than they had ever been before.
That's what I'm saying.
The gathering failed to even get to the point of the treasury, as the Third Estate pushed the point of representation until they simply stormed out, creating their own gathering. The French Revolution had begun. I'm sorry for the quick intermission, but by far most of you aren't subscribed.
See if you watch this guy and you aren't subscribed. What are you doing? Go sub to this guy and go sub to me as well, because I'm cool. And yeah, so go sub to this channel and to my channel. Please subscribe, bro.
To keep up to date with all the latest releases, consider doing so. Thank you. As the French Revolution began, London was jubilant. Much like how the American Revolution destroyed the British Empire, Britain hoped this would keep France busy for a while, allowing them to either seize back French colonies again, or perhaps more appealingly, strike the Spanish Empire now that their biggest ally was
The Spanish, I don't care.
unstable. After all, nobody could have expected this revolution to actually go anywhere. Even as the king got captured by the revolutionaries,
Imagine losing your head. Slice you.
it was expected that an intervention from the Germanic powers would restore the status quo.
Nah, they were too busy carving in Poland over here. They didn't have the time. Like, bro, you know, there is a world where when France attacked Austria during the Napoleonic War, Poland and Lithuania take the advantage of this and invade Austria. There is a world out there. I have a good idea for an alternate history scenario, and nobody takes the idea. I made it up. I don't care. I have an idea for a video. Nobody stole my idea. It's my idea.
It did not. The king got executed, while the minor intervention was soon expanded to include nearly all noteworthy European powers.
I'm sorry, like, I don't care what you all say, but like winning 6 times out of 7 against most of the European superpowers. I said Napoleonic Wars are a French victory, guys. I'm sorry.
Yet still, it was not enough, and the French fear only expanded as a result of these wars. Even further, Napoleon Bonaparte, the
Objectively best leader in history. I mean, totally because I'm French. Because again, totally objective.
father of Europe, then simply a brilliant Corsican general, launched a coup and became dictator over the state.
Il became dictator. Il était premier consul. C'est pas la même chose. Techniquement, parce qu'il y avait 2 autres consuls. Alors oui, il avait tous les pouvoirs, mais mais il y en avait deux autres. Alors oui, yes, the other two consuls couldn't disagree with the first consul, but there were other consuls. You know what I mean? Get what I mean? You know? Yes. So Napoleon wasn't a dictator. He was um a half dictator. Like he's not truly a dictator. You know, like he was the first consul. He wasn't a dictator. A dictator is a strong word, and technically people did rebel and never with him. You know, unlike his fucking nephew. Fuck Napoleon III. Nobody likes him.
The meager British colonial gains did not compensate for the victories France was accomplishing. After the War of the Second Coalition, it became clear that Britain couldn't keep up. Napoleon had begun an extensive shipbuilding program, and Britain, themselves near bankrupt ever since the American War, simply couldn't match their growth. Even worse, the Spanish had switched sides to France, and arguably, the French were now the masters of the sea. 1805 is now known as the disaster year for Britain. Hanover was seized, and Napoleon became interested in colonial affairs. He gained back the Louisiana territory from Spain, and brutally and regrettably crushed the Haitian Revolution.
Yeah, but like technically, you know, it was his wife's idea to repeat slavery. It wasn't his fault.
Once more, France defeated.
You know, his wife Josephine, you know, was like, yeah, my parents have plantations, so please put back slavery. And he was like, okay, but only in the colonies. And so it wasn't his fault. You know what I mean? Like,
The British ships in the region,
are
and even more
women are scary, okay?
British colonies fell under his grasp. Over in India, France succeeded at striking an alliance with the Marathas, and Britain's position in India became very weak. Much like a few decades ago, France and Spain threatened a full invasion of Britain, and once again, Britain felt that it had no choice but to capitulate. They suffered a few colonial losses, promised not to seek alliances with continental powers, and Hanover would remain with France. Truly, Napoleon was at the peak of his power, especially as, simultaneously with this British war, they were fighting Austria too. As a result, the Holy Roman Empire was destroyed, and Germany was now under French control as well. For a few years, Napoleon turned his mind to consolidation. He began installing his brothers across Europe. Elder brother Joseph in Naples, younger brother Louis in the Netherlands, and after the Prussians and Russians launched a final failed attempt to stop him, he even installed his youngest brother, Jerome, as King of Prussia. Rounding out his victory march, in 1810, Napoleon sought to secure Iberia, coaxing Spain with an invasion of Portugal.
Not gonna lie though, like how can you fail for how can you fail for that trick? Like you're like, yeah. So people was like, hey, let's invade Portugal. Like, okay, I'm going to send like half of my army in your country to invade Portugal. Like, how did the king of Spain didn't saw anything? He wasn't like, why would you think half of your army to invade Portugal, bro? I have my army. Just think for 2 seconds, bro.
He launched a conquest of the state, moving Joseph from Naples to Spain. Yet, the Spanish people resisted far more than Napoleon had ever expected, and Britain silently supported the rebels with money and guns. Years would be spent fighting on the peninsula, allowing another coalition to assemble yet again. Napoleon, who had recently married an Austrian princess and received a son from her, felt deeply and personally insulted by this war declaration. His patience with Emperor Francis had run out. Napoleon's armies went east, decisively defeating the Austrians at the Battle of Austerlitz. Immediately, the Habsburg Emperor reached out, offering to surrender. Napoleon was not interested. His armies captured Prague and then Vienna.
Obligated to accept, like,
Upon these victories, he installed his final brother, Lucian, as Archduke of Austria, after which he began pursuing the Habsburgs into Hungary. Finally, he would capture the former emperor when he tried to board a ship to Britain from Croatia. Lucian's position was now confirmed, but much like in Spain, unrest would make the territory difficult to control, with most notably the Hungarian nobles leading an independence war, with military might and large-scale concessions necessary for Lucian.
Is that Austria-Hungary? Oh my god, guys, it's Austria-Hungary because you got the kingdom, the borders, the exact borders of the kingdom of Hungary and Austria-Hungary. Like, this can't be a coincidence.
Lucian to stabilize his regime. Napoleon's control over the continent was now truly complete, as while the Spanish War was annoying, without organized outside support, it went nowhere. Initially, Joseph's control over the Spanish colonies was minor, but French and Spanish forces would be sent to maintain order as best as possible. There was now just one power left, which could pose a long-term threat to France: Russia. Thus,
aka Prussia, but you get the P out. Russia.
The largest mobilization seen up to this point was prepared, as close to 1 million soldiers would participate in a march to the east. But Napoleon had learned from his experiences in Hungary and Spain. Rather than a swift and decisive march on Moscow, hoping to completely destroy the Russian Empire, he would take it slower and focus instead on expanding the Polish state he had created, hoping to excite from the people of the Western Russian Empire.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Polish-Lithuania was big.
The same violence he had himself witnessed in Spain. He brought Sweden and the Ottomans in.
And for those out there who are gonna say, "Oh, he's manipulating the masses," no, because like what it the Russians fought for dividing the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Like, nothing forced them to do that. So yeah.
On the coalition, as he launched what would become his final major campaign of his life. The war was slow, gruesome, but methodical. Russia utilized scorched earth to make it as costly as possible for the French, but after 4 years, halting each year for a winter stop, Napoleon reached the Dnieper River, and Tsar Alexander felt forced to concede. In the peace process, Russia lost Finland, lost their Black Sea territories.
No, I know what you're gonna say. Well, like, he's giving lands to the Ottomans who aren't really good to Christians. And to that, I will respond, well, who's saying that France isn't making sure that the Ottomans don't do Ottoman things in those territories? That's what I'm saying. And taking you to the descendant of the Mongol Empire, also the Golden Order is back now, so you know, maybe the descendants of the Golden Order, who is the descendants of the Mongol Empire, would still be alive at the end of the scenario, which would be really cool, I'm not gonna lie, because that would mean the descendants of the Mongol Empire will have lasted to 1200 something until like the 1800s, which is cool, not gonna lie.
And lost all the territories of the former Polish-Lithuanian state. Following this up with a final victory over
Polish-Lithuania was big. Lithuania was big. I'm sorry, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was big.
For Spain, relative peace could finally reign over Europe. Everybody simply had to come to terms with the dominance of the Bonapartes over some of the most powerful monarchies on the continent, and the Netherlands. Joseph
the most powerful monarch. That's a constant answer that lyrics. I mean, like, you know, like, it's like, yes, he was the most powerful. Yes, there's the New Zealand's for like, but nobody cares. Like, bro, that's really powerful. I mean, it's not Austria or Prussia, but like, bro, you don't have to let them know like that, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, man, come on. Like, it's nice to have Indonesia. Like, that's pretty cool.
Initially with French help, restored order across his colonial empire, first by force, but then
And take me. I mean, I know possible history is a Dutchman, and I'm just joking, okay?
also by reforms, granting more autonomy and liberty to his colonial subjects.
No,
Lucian, likewise, spent his time centralizing control over Austria, and after another brief civil war with Hungary, was in
POV, the Hungarians stopped because they have an impossible challenge. It makes the Hungarians stop rebelling when they're in the Austrian Empire. Exactly impossible challenge, guys.
in much tighter control over the region than the Habsburgs had ever been. Jerome, from Prussia, tried his
Maybe the Habsburg just had a scale issue or something, I don't know.
best to negotiate with the lords of the Rhenish Confederation, hoping to increase his own power in Germany. Louis Bonaparte was by far the most humble, focused simply on his minor state, its inhabitants, and its modest colonial empire. And of course, at the center of it all was Napoleon, keeping it all together through reputation and military might, balancing the need of his brothers and of France, ensuring an enduring coalition just in case Britain or Russia want to gamble it all on another conflict. But he could only do so until 1824, when
See, if only we could make Napoleon immortal, bro. The world would have been perfect, guys. Like, I'm saying this with pure objectivity. Again, because I'm the most objective man on the fucking planet. It's like, on the whole solar system, no, even the whole universe.
when the Grand Emperor passed away from cancer. He was only 54 at the time, and Europe had not yet prepared for this. His successor, Napoleon II, was only 13 years old. Everybody in Europe realized that this provided opportunity for a shake-up. As the European
I thought I heard a mosquito was like, not again. This is fine.
linchpin was weakened, enemies of the Bonapartist world order were now gathering their forces. But more importantly, the other Bonaparte monarchs were making moves to break their reliance on France and act more as independent rulers.
How dare you?
They weren't necessarily planning to join a coalition against France, but at least they were now plotting their own plans for the future of
How
Europe.
dare you?
Especially Joseph,
Don't you care about Europe?
the eldest ruling Bonaparte, in charge of
The unity of Europe is really important, okay?
arguably the second most powerful Bonaparte state, began dreaming of asserting himself as the leader of the House of Bonaparte.
Man, get
The
it.
first cracks were showing in the Napoleonic world order. But, perhaps surprisingly, Napoleon II swiftly dimmed those hopes.
Yes, sir.
His reign was competent, first through regents, and later through his own merit.
Yes, sir.
Aside from being a capable commander like his father, the young emperor had a keen interest in the rising force of industrialization. He signed treaties with his uncles, keeping Europe united in a web of alliances centered around himself. He opened up the continent further economically and ensured continual diplomatic isolation of Britain and Russia. Napoleon could rest easy. His son would maintain his legacy. That is, until he died. At only 22 years old, the emperor caught pneumonia while leading a parade to Rome.
Why, bro?
The best doctors of the continent visited the bedridden monarch for months, as the entire continent held their breath. Napoleon II was the key to European stability, and everybody knew it. For one, because France was the only Bonaparte state with the power to keep the continent united. But more importantly, because the young man did not yet have a son.
Oh my god.
According to French succession law, which Napoleon had left
This has to be
unaltered, since Napoleon II had no sons and he had no brothers, the throne would have to pass back a generation, meaning that Joseph, King of Spain, was now also the heir to France. This was a mild bit of irony, as about a century ago, a similar risk of a Franco-Spanish unification under the Bourbons had also caused a European crisis. In both cases, the opinion of much of Europe was the same. Under no circumstance is the unification...
It's like that union can never happen. Like, since there is possibility anywhere in history that this union can happen, everyone in Europe is like, no. No. It's illegal. Like, it's illegal for this union to happen in any alternate history or history. It's illegal. It can't happen. It's a rule in the universe. It's a fucking multiverse. It's a rule. It can't happen.
Of France and Spain desirable. For months, diplomats flew across the continent, attempting to find compromise. Efforts were made to convince Joseph to choose between France and Spain, while the throne he did not pick would then pass back to the French or the Spanish Bourbons. As you might imagine, Joseph found this profoundly insulting. Other compromises were offered by Austria and Prussia, who both basically demanded territorial expansion in exchange for their consent. This too was unacceptable to Joseph, and there was no choice left but war. The sides of the war were immensely chaotic, as Joseph failed to keep the Bonapartist world together. Spain and France were obviously the core of the alliance bloc, and most of the French subject states did remain loyal to Paris. Their war goals are hardly difficult to notice: secure a unified Franco-Spanish empire and maintain their sphere of influence. Leader of the opposing side was Britain. Their main hope was just to restore some form of normalcy to the continent, preferably by restoring the Bourbons to Spain and France.
No. Just no. Fuck the Bourbons, no. No.
But also restoring the independence of the subject states across Europe. That left the other states of Europe to decide who to support.
Liverpool again go to war. So, like, is that really a good thing?
Austria was arguably the most torn. Lucien Bonaparte was not enthusiastic about the rise of his older brother, as he considered it a threat to his own independence. He had hoped to expand Austrian power back into Germany and Italy, potentially even participate.
Just gotta check on the chat. Okay, there's an error in your hand because it's by the year. Okay, so I was reading there's an error on your end because under you have 790 subs. You have only. It's probably because I didn't refresh the page, so it's still before the live started, so I gained some subs. We faced to lower with what? How long do you think that you will be live streaming for it? Until 6 a.m. Or are you pulling also 9 just? No, it will end in 1 hour. So your question, what is the bridge? No, it's the tale of the Bonapartist War. Really cool. Did you hear that 1,200 Ukrainians died in Ukraine? Damn, I didn't know. place now. War just sucks. I mean, on the map it may seem fun, but war is hell. Do you think that the French government should buy the name Napoleon because all of these Christians have the same and the same man? No, because there's literally one of his descendants still alive and it hasn't the Napoleon name. There was also an Afghanistan data election. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. So now Trump was diagnosed with coronavirus infection, and that's the news came. Okay, I don't know what that is. We'll check. Also, legal and stage suppressed. Oh, that's nice. Interesting. Yeah, I know, it's big. The National Urban League said that Black America is in a state of emergency, which. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. Damn. Trump's kinda suck right now. He kinda sucks, not gonna lie. I hate going political on videos, but like. Oh my god, bro. Like, what do you mean the state of emergency? 2 million cousins in my neighbors had a YouTube channel goofing around. I wish it was still there. Oh, just this few version. I think I'm tuning from the channel that brand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. Technically, my father doesn't want me to. Oh my god, it's an infinite loop. Oh my god, I hate those things. I'm talking about the live stream, like, right now. Anyway.
Participating in another partition of Poland, putting Austrian.
No, get in, bro. No, bro. I love Poland. Why do you want to partition it? What is wrong with Poland? Why? Poland can't have a break, like, especially in Poland with those borders. It's big. I mean, it's like in Galicia here and here to be perfect. But like, no, it has to be partition. Why?
Potentially even participating in another partition of Poland, putting Austrian power back on par with France.
Yeah,
with Joseph now denying peaceful concessions, obviously, joining Britain gave him the best odds at accomplishing these goals.
Why, bro?
Yet, he had to contend with more complicated dynastic politics. Joseph, as it stood, only had daughters, who weren't eligible to the French throne. This meant Lucian was next in line to the throne of France, but not to the throne of Spain, which, obviously, could mean a rather interesting Europe after the death of Joseph. Even more, Zenaide, Joseph's eldest daughter, was not only then heir to Spain.
Wait, are we done where this is going? Please don't be incest. Please don't be incest. Please, please, please. I don't like where this is going. I feel like Lucian is going to have Zenaide marriage. Like, I just feel it. For some reason. I feel like,
but also married to Lucian's own son, Charles Lucian. If Lucian simply let matters be and supported his brothers, the grandson of Lucian and Joseph would be the emperor of...
Oh my god, there's incest. Oh my god, bro. I know you're controlling Austria, but that doesn't mean you have to be an Habsburg, bro. That doesn't mean you have to act like a fucking Habsburg. Like, come on, man.
France, King of Spain, and Archduke of Austria.
Oh my god.
Yet, what in the end swung him to the side of Britain were rumors that Joseph might try to divorce his wife now that she was too old to have children, much like Napoleon had done before with Josephine, so that Joseph could yet get a male heir to succeed him, thereby cutting out Lucian and his daughter from the line of succession.
That's what I'm saying.
Next was Prussia, under the youngest Bonaparte, Jerome. Britain found in him the most willing of the brothers. As the youngest,
I mean, he got the worst state, he got the state that was literally destroyed. Spain was kind of fine, it's like a territory again. Austria was lost land, but it was pretty much fine. But their quarter, Prussia was destroyed. Prussia was just baffled, bro. He was left with the worst, man.
while he didn't wish for the
And he doesn't even have a colonial empire to make up for it. It just sucks.
overthrow of his elder brother, he did hope that through this war he could prove himself, prove that the might of the Prussian army, now under his control, was still a force to be reckoned with. At the very least, he sought to establish Prussia east of the Rhine, ensuring,
to be honest, with how small Prussia is right now, it makes sense in one way, but fair enough, right?
that even if Joseph won out in the end, Prussia would be respected and not just be a French satellite. Russia, of course, was always going to join Britain, and for much the same reason. If nothing was done now to destroy France, Russia would soon be out of options to expand their influence, surrounded by French allies and satellites. Of course, the Tsar reasoned that even if Paris might be out of reach, he could at least press for a fourth partition of Poland. Poland itself had attempted to remain neutral, but obviously this was impossible, as Russian forces had to pass through. Sweden also joined the coalition, hoping to seize Norway from the Danes. Only 2 European states managed to remain truly neutral.
The other ones were yeah, we know where this is going. We're good with this, and we don't want to get our ass kicked because we know we're going to get our ass kicked soon anyway. So yeah, because we all know that soon after that, Russia is just going to invade the Ottomans. It's just going to happen. And the Netherlands will, what could they give to the winners? Indonesia and Suriname and yeah, no, that's it.
In the conflict. The Ottomans, who were content with simply holding their current territory, and Louis Bonaparte of Holland, who despite calls from both sides, simply had no interest in conflict at all. Finally then, all across the Atlantic lay the United States. With the Franco-Spanish Empire having such a powerful position in the Americas, relations with the United States suffered. President Andrew Jackson would decide to bring the states into the war, but surprisingly, on the side of their former overlords, Britain, who by this point had long since given up any dreams of reconquest, and begun again to profit from trade with the state. Aside from pride, Britain really no longer had a reason to oppose the Americans, and money always talks louder than pride. The diplomatic lines now being drawn, the war began a week after the death of Napoleon, starting with just Britain, and then slowly but steadily expanding as more and more nations officially threw in their lot with their respective sides.
Even Sweden.
Up until
Sweden joined Russia. It's for attacking the Danes, so it actually makes sense.
the very end, Joseph had hoped to reach a deal with Lucian, but upon Austria's invasion of Bavaria, such hopes were gone.
Yeah.
Europe was in total war once more. What became very clear, very fast, was that while Joseph was a Bonaparte, he was not a Napoleon. The early stages of the war were an unmitigated disaster. Joseph hoped to replicate his brother.
Bro, just think for 2 seconds. First of all, your brother who's in control of Austria already did something similar. Napoleon did that 2 or 3 times already. And you think it will work with a few decades of after? Just think. And even then, Like, your brothers know what were Napoleon tactics. Like, that's just dumb. Using the same tactics is just stupid. You know what, bro?
Their style of warfare by rushing to knock out Austria, whom he considered his primary opponent. Yet, Joseph underestimated that almost 2 decades had passed
See what I'm fucking saying?
since Napoleon's biggest victories. The armies of Europe had adapted and were far stronger than they had been
Damn, who would have thought? Not me.
in the past, and the French armies were lacking their greatest asset. The invasion of Austria failed decisively. Thousands of soldiers were lost, and it allowed Austria to seize the initiative, while giving Prussia and Russia the time to defeat Poland and consolidate their lines. Yet further, in the American theater, Florida and New Orleans had already fallen to the Americans, while successful British invasions rocked the Caribbean. By the third year of the conflict, Denmark had been forced to leave the war, and the coalition had pushed up to the Rhine. Even worse, Naples had swapped sides, and Austrian forces...
I mean, they're Italians, so like it makes sense actually. Like at least one Italian state had to switch sides. It just makes sense.
were marching down the Italian peninsula. There was little doubt Joseph was going to lose this war, and he began reaching out for a negotiated peace, offering a treaty along the current lines of control. Britain, sensing weakness, refused. He then offered Russia Poland in exchange for them leaving the war. Russia simply responded that they already had Poland.
I mean, this is a new fact. Like, leave Poland alone, bro. Like, why always Poland?
And good luck pushing them out. Sweden did agree to leave the war.
I mean, they already had what they wanted. Is that the Calamari Union, chat? It's the Calamari Union. Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland. Oh my god.
Having already achieved their goal of capturing Norway. But this did little to change the balance of power.
This is good.
It was at this point that Lucian reached out to Joseph himself with a proposal. Austria would leave the war right now under 3 conditions. Joseph had to give up the entirety of the Kingdom of Italy and southern Germany to Austria. Even more, he had to promise never to remarry, something he had indeed been looking to do, and he had to promise to respect the succession rights of Lucian and his son to France. Not in any position to negotiate, Joseph, of course, accepted. With Austria out of the war, the coalition no longer had any hope of actually invading France. And after the French reconquered Naples,
and the Italians, you're not switching sides now, are you?
Both sides finally sued for peace, and Europe would be totally reshaped. Joseph...
Please, Poland, please make it that Poland survive, please, please. Even if it's a small city-state. Please, bro.
officially unified his 2 administrations, yet kept his promise to Lucian. Upon his death, France was to go to Lucian or his son, while Spain would go to his daughter. Then the previously mentioned expansions of Austria were implemented, with further direct annexations by the Austrians. During the war, Joseph had also directly annexed Tuscany and the Papal States, and they would trade minor territories with Austria to...
No, please, no, this is ugly. This trip of Jan going down all the way is just ugly. Please, cancel that. No, please, no, please.
Make the borders contiguous. In Germany, French power would be completely destroyed. Jerome achieved his dream of solidifying along the Rhine, while he kept an independent Saxon puppet in...
Just annex it. It's ugly. Annex it, please.
...intact, arguing
I don't care. Annex it. It's
ugly. This would give him the legitimacy to strike south in the future. He also...
Yeah, but it's ugly. Make it smaller at least. I don't know. Because with strategy, annex that part at least. I don't know.
...benefited from the collapse of Denmark as Sweden came to dominate the north. Poland, of course, could again not save itself
I'm crying right now, bro. Like, I have tears. I have legitimately tears, bro. Bro, man.
From a partition. Colonially,
Legitimately
France
crying, man.
also wasn't spared. Britain returned to the Caribbean in force, while the
Bro,
Americans crossed the continent,
where I was
seizing the
born, bro.
north of New Spain, destabilizing the Spanish Empire yet
Bro,
further.
stop with this ass bars. What the fuck is that? You either annex this and this include, or you leave that and you only annex this. You don't do some random thing like that.
Europe could now, again, finally enjoy a bit of peace. But once more, everybody knew that the death of the French monarch would cause yet another war. As if nobody acted, we would soon see the Franco-Austro-Spanish Empire form. Yet, Joseph would live all the way up to 76 years old,
Damn.
even outliving his younger brother Lucien.
Damn.
All Europe's efforts in these decades of peace were spent ensuring the best possible position in the upcoming conflict.
Bruh.
For what remained of the coalition, this would be the final opportunity to restore anything symbolizing balance to the continent.
Damn.
For the Bonapartes, it was the
This wasn't on my bingo card, that's for sure.
final hurdle in securing their hegemony over Europe. But of course, I don't need to tell you who, in the end,
Then I just realized that Napoleon kind of looks like Europe.
won these Bonaparte wars.
I don't know.
For now though, this is the end of the video. Thank you all for watching, and consider leaving a like and a comment as well as subscribing. If you've enjoyed,
I don't know why I only realize this now, but he just has the same face, I don't know. I'm not gonna ask. It is tempting. It is tempting. It is really tempting. You know what? No. I almost fucking give it.
I got here as fast as I could. What's going on?
There's been some sort of breach in the underworld, and the worst of the worst are slipping through the cracks.
Is it Frieza? Sal?
Even worse, him.
Who's that guy?
Come on, really? He's the worst of the worst, Dad. One of the greatest evils in all of human history.
Oh man, he sounds pretty strong. I want to fight him.
Goku, we gotta kill this guy.
What? Why?
That one man is responsible for a genocide that wiped out millions of innocent people, all in the name of total world domination.
I wanted to fight
Now is
him.
the time to brawl. He needs to be put down.
Listen to Mr. Piccolo. He's pure evil.
And?
Dad!
Goku.
What? Sorry, it's just, is it really anything new? Piccolo and Vegeta used to be all about that, right?
Yeah, one time, sure, but that was ages ago.
And Vegeta's committed like a billion
I mean, I think he does have a point.
genocides. Like, he's wiped out entire species off the map, going one planet to the next. We watched him wipe out half of Namek alone.
Not bad.
Look, all I'm saying is,
Don't say it.
all things considered, is it really that different?
Yeah, it's very different. There are levels in this, Goku.
But Vegeta killed way more people than him. Like, in power level alone,
I mean,
he'd be like 10.
Dad!
Holy shit. And now he's got a wife and kid, and we're just kind of cool with him now.
Don't be preposterous, Kakarot. I'm at least 30.
Scale A, Goku. We had an entire world war just to stop this guy, all right? He's not just someone you can hit a few times and call it even. He stands against everything you and we stand for.
Really? Wow. What side were we on?
Huh?
In the war. I mean, we're kind of Japan, maybe, sort of, right? Where did we stand during
put me to dog, guys. I'm not.
that?
We should move on from this.
Also, wasn't Bulma's family responsible for a lot of military tech back then? Wonder where that all went towards.
Oh,
That's
God.
the woman I married.
Dad!
Vegeta and I might have at one time been considered evil, but we've changed, in large part thanks to you. That man has not.
Oh, okay. So if I fight him, maybe we could turn him into one of the good guys.
No!
Come on, it'll be like Vegeta. He could be a Z-warrior like
No,
us.
Goku, we are not adding to the group.
You know, when I was sent to Earth as a baby, I was supposed to take over the planet and stuff, but then I hit my head and became all nice. Maybe he's like that. Just one good knock to the noggin will set him right.
Dad, you're evil, okay?
So was Vegeta and Piccolo. Hell, we fought side by side with Frieza for a bit, and he's like 100. What kind
Why did I click on this video? Yeah, bro.
math is
Yeah,
this?
really, it's kind of gross.
How would I be 10?
Is this really the hill you want to die on?
You're just mad that you're only half a...
I'm serious. Using your guy's logic, if we're cool with Vegeta and the rest, is befriending this guy really all that crazy?
Yes.
Piccolo, say something.
Come on, I have no fucking
Please, someone in the chat, please find an argument, please. Please, just find one.
idea how to argue that.
I think I hate you, Goku. Like, really, I don't like you anymore.
Goku, we don't have time to argue about this. People's lives are at stake. We've got to stop. Okay,
I'm so
you're
dead.
right.
I should forget the love, bro. Oh my god, I'm so dead.
No time for
I'm so
hypotheticals.
busy.
Let's get
Yes!
Thank you, Goku.
Then when that's over,
No.
no, hear me out. We kill him, and then after that, we wish him back, but reincarnated as like a small Indonesian child.
What the
damn
fuck
it.
are you even talking
What?
about?
It worked for Oob.
Dad, no! We are not wishing back Adolf Hitler to life just so you can fight him and then try to befriend him. Not everyone is redeemable.
But he wouldn't be Hitler. He'd be Reltech. He'd be a totally new, unrelated person with a clean slate.
But he'd still have powers.
Exactly.
But we can't.
No, just
That'd
don't.
be wrong, right? Like
No,
even if it's
no,
not
no.
him.
Technically, it would be someone completely different.
Yeah,
Okay, you're going to hell when you die.
Well,
Even I
that's
think
settled. All right. Let's see just how strong you really are.
He's got hands.
Bro.
Who would have thought?
This week's video is brought to you by Gamersubs, and introducing now fucking premium energy cans. Now they're canned. You can get them in 3 different flavors. You got good, guacamole, gamer fart, and goof juice. I have to say that out loud. No, but really, they sent these to us to like try out, and I gotta be honest with you, I actually really love it. The goof.
I won't say anything, just. Yeah. I don't want to look at this chat, bro. That's it. I don't want to look at it. Why did I click on this? Like, there's 100,000% iPhone. Like, this. Can we act like this never happened, please? Can we do that? If possible? Let's do that, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Because it arranged me. Please don't do that. Can we please do that? Like, I have pity, guys, please. Just please, bro. Oh my god, I don't know if this time would be even allowed, bro. I guess. That's 100,000%. How about we watch some edits just so we can forget about that and yeah, just unlike Carnage, guys, really great characters, but moral character, like very good. It has good edits, like you can show great edits, guys. Should just challenge something out. If you get it, great. Carnage is a great character. Nothing. His whole thing is like kills for fun. Yeah, never mind. He doesn't have the best writing, but it's cool. So it's cool. Like,
Wake up, little spider. I am
like last time we saw him in the comics, it was like a god of death or something. I don't know. It's a god of war, so I don't know. Yes, no, it was 2020. Oh my god, in 3 years. Oh my god. Time flies. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, so yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm, mm. La 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 la. Um. mm, mm, mm. You know what? Let's end the stream 30 minutes early. And yeah, so yeah, it was a great stream and all. I'm going to read the fucking. I'm scared. um. Yeah, that's is in fact true. I have like it's just the Imperial historian. Like it's just the Imperial historian, but written in French. So like, it's like that. I can show you real quick. You know, I'm going to show you. Show you. See, there. Is there any clue that was like from the beginning until the end? Yes, the Imperial historian, like right there. That's me. That's my friend Sean right there, and can go sub or something. Yes, I am sub to myself. You can judge. You can in fact judge. I 100,000% allows you. And keep in mind that the episode of what his name is, so this alternative du monde, the alternate history of the world is literally
Bienvenue.
the old new world. Like it's old new world. And old new world is like a better version. It's a bit better, but yeah. So if you can, if you want, if you understand French, well, go watch that and you basically have a whole new world. So yeah, I'm going to stop the stream right now. There are two people, so not much, and yeah, hope you have a good day, cause like it's like 5:30 p.m. here, and hope you enjoyed this live, and yeah, and don't forget to sub to the channel I showed if you weren't sub, and subscribe to me please, and make a like on the live, I don't know, and see you